Can't film me in the bathroom, man. Yes!
Hello guys, welcome to chess.com's coverage of the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland 2022. Today we're beginning the Blitz portion of the tournament. This is going to last for 2 days. Let's go over the format, Hetty.
Yes, so we are done with the rapids and we have some players who got the most out of this rapids, but now Blitz is ahead of us and we're going to have a lot of games in total, 18 games. So 10 players, they're going to play double a round robin tournament and they will face each other 2 times. The time control is 5+2. This is like less time than in the rapid, but we have more games in the blitz portion. And now we have different scoring system in blitz. Win means just 1 point, draw means half point, and the lose means a 0 point. Let's take a look at the leaderboard and see who got the best out of the rapid competition.
Yeah, so Anand had a great portion in the rapid. He won very convincingly despite losing in the last round to the second place finisher, Richard Report. So Richard did catch up to him quite a bit. He's only 1 point behind after the rapid. Jan Christoph Duda, 2 points behind. Wesley So, 3 points behind. Yeah, everyone seems to be occupying their own place on the scoreboard. 1 point behind the next guy, which is kind of interesting. You got 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9. You almost never see that. You know, the players are not tied for points. And, you know, now we're going back to the regular scoring system, you know, 1 point for a win, half for a draw, 0 for a loss. And we're going to combine the results of these next 2 days to the 3 days that have just occurred to determine the winner, the overall winner of the Rapid and Blitz Poland.
That's right. Let's take a look at the pairings for the first round and check it out who is facing who and which is the match that we are going to focus the most. Here we have Gavrilescu against Aronian, Shevchenko against Korupov, Anand against Duda, So against Wojtaszek, Caruana against Rapport. Arina, which game gets your attention out of this
Yeah,
pairings?
so, well, first of all, I wanted to say that Gavrilescu Aronian is literally a matchup of the last rounds of the Rapid. I mean, they played in the 9th round just yesterday afternoon. But I think out of these pairings, what I'm interested in, I guess 2 games, definitely Anand versus Duda and Caruana Reports, because these players are, you know, have the most points starting the day. It'll be interesting to see, you know, if Anand will continue that same good play in the Blitz as he showed in the Rapid, and if he can, you know, take the overall title. He's definitely going to be chased quite hard by Richard Report and you know, all the players that I think right now have 9 points or more. I mean, Fabiano Caruana, yeah, 5 points is quite a big gap, isn't it? I mean, just to make up in these next 18 games. But everything is possible, and certainly Duda and Report are going to be giving him chase.
Right.
So you guys have a chance to vote on the results of today's games. You can go to chess.com/events and navigate to the tournament, select a game, click vote, and guess the results. You could win a piece of the $600 prize pool for the best voters or free diamond memberships. Voting ends after the 10th move of each game, so don't miss out. Wow. I think going back to the pairings, if we can make some predictions, it's really hard to predict Blitz, guys. So actually, I'm not going to make any predictions.
Yeah, but the games you choose, these 2 games, that actually I was also thinking to choose this one to mainly focus because Anand plays amazingly this tournament, and very likely he can keep it go. That's also the question to our chat on YouTube and also to on Twitch, if they think that Anand can keep this path. And then there is a report coming up and chasing him. And I saw yesterday's game, and it was crazy. It was crazy. I think they both had good chances, but in the end, Richard just managed to win the game in a beautiful way, and now he's closest to Anand, and he has very good chances. He has practical chances just to take over Anand. Another thing that I checked yesterday, Arina, is I had to leave for a Rapid Chess Championship. I checked then the broadcast that you were doing solo here, and I also wanted to know the answer of the question that we asked earlier. Which chess piece is the most yeah, and I was really shocked to know it's a rook.
I know.
I'm like, what? I think rook was my latest choice there. I would even put pawn beforehand, but there was two interesting things that I learned from that commentary that you were doing solo yesterday. This game between Anand and Rapport, and the answer of that question. The game's gonna start in just 1 minute. Very likely we're going to have just a bit delay, maybe just 1 or 2 minutes delay. We might have some special guests coming today for the game. And as I learned, there are a lot of people just going and observing these games, and they have also chance to make some photos with these top grandmasters. And also have some signatures. So it's a lot of celebration nowadays in Warsaw, and these players are creating these 10 players. And this is absolutely amazing. So we have
Petty,
here...
can you tell us, like, what is the chess scene in Poland like right now? I mean, how big is chess in Poland these days?
Oh, huge, really big. It's just growing so fast. Because of many things. There are many factors, and lately we also had rapid World Rapid and Blitz Championship in Warsaw, and many other events just like this one, for instance. So a lot of top grandmasters are coming here, and there are also some festivals in summer. Like myself, I consider to play one of those festivals, and that attracts the people from Europe to travel here in Poland and play some of the tournaments. But I think the main reason of this chess booming is Duda, Jan Krzysztof Duda. And here we have the first move, Anand Duda. We have e4. That's move of the special guest, I guess, as there's only one move happened on the fifth board. All right, we're receiving all the moves.
Yeah, well, so let's keep looking at the bird's eye view for now. So we have Sicilian, Gavrilescu, Aronian, interesting bishop b5 check Sicilian, Shevchenko versus Korobov. It's the inter-Ukrainian battle. That is also a Sicilian. Anand Duda is an e4, e5, and Caruana versus Rapport, King's Indian. Okay, that's definitely catching my eye. Yeah, because Rapport repeats the King's Indian, and Caruana obviously welcomed it because he chose d4 instead of e4, which he could have easily done. And Wesley So versus Wojtaszek. Looking at that opening, I would guess it's some kind of a Nimzo Indian. Yeah, that makes sense because that's what Wojtaszek plays, and he even played that against me in a tournament in Qatar in I think 2014 or 2015. Mm-hmm. So let me see which game we're going to go to. Yeah, let's go to Caruana Rapport.
Yes, we have so many common choices today, Irina. We have here a6 already played by Rapport, and he wants to play b5 and challenge the queen side of White's pieces. And White already started the king side attack with the h pawn, but Rapport said, hold on, stop a bit, and plays h5 here.
Yeah, this is a bit unusual, actually. So this bishop e2, bishop e3 line has become popular in the last few years. I've actually played this myself a few times. Mm-hmm. The move c6, I'm not so familiar with. I think there's lines with knight c6, actually. c6 is like, okay, for the King's Indian, it's certainly possible. I would say, for a blitz game, anything is possible. h4, h5, so kind of resembles the dragon in a way with this h pawns being pushed. And I suppose Caruana, okay, right now he's just doing some prophylaxis, stopping b5. He gave up the b4 square to the black knight.
And then
And
a5.
yeah, knight h3 is very natural, so black traded it, interesting, and just develops. Wow. And now, yeah, Caruana continues the aggression, and black counters in the center. This is our current position. And we know there's an important rule that when you're trying to attack on the side of the board, you got to keep the center closed, which is why Caruana plays d5 here.
That's right. So if you start to attack on the side and also keep the center in the just shaky, then the opponent will open up the center, and then you're gonna have a lot of weakness. For instance, you're gonna have weakness on the all over the king side, and also the king on e1 is just not castled, and it will not be safe. But now we have this closed center for now, but black can try to take this pawn on d5 and at least open the c file for the rook. And the question is how white is going to proceed the attack on the king side, because usually like you like to play here queen d2, bishop h6 to trade the dark square bishop, but after queen d2 there is knight b3. There is a hole on b3 just because you played a4 there, so white has to watch out for that fork.
Wow, so he took on c5. That is, I would say, a surprising decision. It took him a long time. And in fact, it was the computer's first move. And it's just like amazing that Caruana decided to go for that. It's not easy for white to give up the dark squared bishop in the King's Indian. And, you know, in a blitz game, I would say, yeah, it's a difficult decision for sure. I guess the idea was to get rid of the knight so you can try to castle queenside, because as you pointed out, Ketty, there was this knight b3 idea, which now doesn't exist. And white also just stopped, you know, any kinds of bishop h6 ideas, although, you know, it wasn't really possible for black because white had g5 anyway. But white has a lot of pawns on the light squares. His own bishop isn't great. And if black's bishop ever becomes unleashed in this position, it's going to actually, you know, not look very nice for white.
Not at all. For now, bishop h6 is stopped because after bishop h6, pawn on g5 comes and forks the knight and the rook, and king d1 has just played.
Let me show you a line, Ketty. Like after white castles, I was just like, why didn't white just castle in this position?
Yeah, right? That's what I was also thinking.
Oh, yes. It's because black would take, and there's actually a tactic here. Exactly what we said. You know, you have to be so careful about your dark squares in this position. Black just sacrifices the knight for the pawn and eliminates the pawn that would have been blocking that pin. And now, okay, I suppose white can still, yeah, I just realized there is a rook that can come to the rescue, so it's not so bad for white. But I'm pretty sure this is why Caruana decided not to castle. He must have seen, you know, bishop h6 and was like, no, I'm going to stay on the light squares.
And he has all the time for this. For now, b5 is stopped there because white has 4 pieces to control that square. And center is also controlled by white. King side is also controlled by white. So you have this time to play king d1, king c2, and then move the rook away. But this maneuvering here that the report is doing is it's really impressive to bring this rook on h8 and then king to g8. My question is, what happens if white just decides not to open up the king side and plays g5? Where then you have to play king h7 and then rook d8 back. So you're losing at least like 3 moves.
Yeah, this is like a tricky position for both sides, right? Because you know, if white makes a mistake, I feel like, of course, you know, white's dark squares are very weak. On the other hand, for the moment, he's keeping this bishop and this knight under control. So black can't really move those pieces anywhere either. And he constantly has to watch out for, you know, pawn takes h5. On the other hand, how does white make progress? Like, you know, his king on c2 for now is safe, but if you start moving the knight from c3, obviously b5 is going to be an idea.
White can do such a thing, like white can bring keep this bishop on the diagonal and play bishop d3, and then to play knight d2, knight g3, and then try to take the pawn on h5, or even knight f5 can be another idea. If you are going to the f5 square, you can also do it with knight d1, knight to e3. Then you also have this idea of knight f1 and knight g3. So it's time for this knight to move away, and still there will be no b5 so far, unless black plays rook b8 and just prepares for some kind of
wait.
exchange.
So this is actually what happened. So like black played rook d8, knight d1, and then black took the pawn, and white realized that this pawn was hanging. I don't know if that was deliberate. Maybe it was a blunder, that he blundered the e4 pawn, so he went back with a knight. Okay, I guess it's not a disaster. But now the bishop is coming out, which we didn't want that to happen, right? Yeah, I think Caruana definitely blundered that, and that's why he lost a pawn and also let the bishop out. But it might not have been a bad blunder, because honestly, white's lines on the king side just opened up due to him losing that pawn.
That's right. Now h5, you definitely don't want to take this pawn or push g5, because then white will totally control all the squares.
Yeah, this is an amazing blunder by Caruana. I mean, in the end, he basically, yeah, I mean, it seems like knight e2 was an interesting move, try to challenge this bishop. I completely agree. Okay, instead he took this pawn, also very tempting. So right now he seems to be doing well. He's got a minute less on the clock, which is kind of significant. But what I also like about white's position is that his own king is feeling very safe. Like this king on c2 can even go to b3 and would be very safe over there. And his bishop, of course, that was really terrible before, now is opening up and not so bad anymore. And yeah, I rather like white, and this so far is going well for him. So black played b6.
Ooh, meanwhile, the first game has been ended. Wesley So lost with white pieces against Wojtaszek. And that's the only game has been finished so far.
Yeah, Anand is still playing kind of a closed position against Duda, so we'll go there if we have a chance later. But for now, this game is giving us plenty of excitement. So I was mentioning that white's king looked very safe to me. I mean, it feels a little less safe now, now that the c file has opened up, but still the knight on c3 is doing a great job of holding a4 and e4 and the b5 square. So that is the main defender of the king. And now white needs to figure out how to get to black's king. Like, does he want to trade on g6 at some point? Is this pawn actually maybe just a free pawn that he can take?
That can be free pawn, as then another pawn on a5 will also hang. He just decided to trade, and now to take on b6 makes sense, as the 7th rank is open and you can always think of some checks, but he goes for d6.
Giving away the a4
pawn with a check.
Yeah, he didn't have to do that, but I guess he just thinks, I mean, I can understand why he did it, because his king is pretty safe. The pawn wasn't super important, and I guess his hopes are pinned on the strong d6 pawn. It's really interesting because, you know, the bishop at f4 was improved, but at the moment you cannot say it's really actively taking part in the game. And the battle has really switched. I mean, for white, I don't think it's so much about attacking the king, although I'm sure, you know, white will look at all of these ideas. And by the way, Ketty, I just noticed, like, if it was white's turn to move, white has like a pretty interesting bishop g4 kind of idea, because the knight takes and queen b7 check wins the rook. So there is a little tactics, and that's why Report went back to block the pawn. Makes a lot of sense. Rook d1, rook c6. Unfortunately, you can't sack the queen for the rook to unblock the pawn just yet, because the knight is still there. So Caruana goes here, and Report repeating. Caruana doesn't have a lot of time. He knows he's better, so he tries not to repeat. And currently the position is like this. Nice move by Report. Like, as I mentioned, that bishop, he's trying to reroute it to make it much more relevant. I'd be a little scared of that bishop d4 maneuver.
It looks very beautiful to just cut this rook from d file and get d6 pawn. Here we have this bishop here, and at some point you can also take the knight on c3. Now we have the pin on this knight. Queen might move away to unpin the knight, and go to g3, but then rook g1 is impossible as this bishop controls this square. So
Yeah, he played queen c4. So I guess he is threatening the bishop. That's really the main threat in this position. And that's why Black can't really take on e4. So Black's in some trouble. Oh wait, he did take the
took
pawn.
on e4,
But
yeah.
unfortunately, he loses this bishop, and with that goes his king safety. And he's just, well, okay, material is even, but of course, this doesn't look great for Black. I mean, he's basically knight is not very good against bishop in this position, and Black's king safety feels worse.
Sorry to interrupt, but Anand is now about to checkmate Duda as his queen and the rook is on the back rank and giving some checks and very likely gonna end in a checkmate. This is the position we have.
Looks like it's checkmate on the next turn even, Ketty, after king f7, rook h7, and this is why the game is over. All right, great start for Anand, beating one of his closest rivals in the standings, Jan Krzysztof Duda. And let's take a look here. Rook b4, queen e5, rook g4. I mean, he's trying to hang on here. It's hard. It's hard to hang on. That queen is getting pushed back. The pawn is advancing.
Seems like there should be some winning threats now, and queen c8, and Black cannot stop the pawn, d7 pawn coming forward. That's a game over, and Caruana won this game. So here we have another game.
Yeah, it looks like Shevchenko is winning. Like his pawn is just a little bit faster than Korobov's pawn, and therefore
the resignation.
There's a resignation, and all the games are done. Okay, wow. So Ketty, maybe we should go through some of the games that we did not have a chance to see. What do you think?
We can do this, and I suggest to start it with Gavrilescu and Aronian, because also the end game looks very, very interesting here. Very often rook end game, which is not even materially imbalanced, it was just equal, went the wrong for Gavrilescu.
Ooh, wow, look at those tactics. So White played this move thinking they were going to be exploiting the pin on the D file, and Aronian, after having lost his knight, doesn't recapture. He pins the White knight. That must have been an unpleasant feeling for White to realize his knight was pinned and he was going to lose that extra piece. So he tried to give it up.
Ooh, knight f7.
Yeah, I guess we're going. Oh, that check, huh? That's
important check.
Unpleasant. Yeah, that check was unpleasant. I mean, yeah, that's right, because now you're gonna have to go to h1 and then you lose the knight and you have lost a pawn out of that. It doesn't mean White's not doing badly, actually, because White's development is really good. And you know, Black is a little, you know, awkward here with this clump of pieces.
Right.
But let's see how this went. Okay, he got a pawn back, but on the other hand, now he has to yeah.
Too many pieces are hanging here for
yeah, this is really, really funny. And you know what's funny about this, Ketty? Like how similar this feels to what happened yesterday, right? Like yesterday, Gavrilescu also played this premature e5 move against Aronian in the end game, leading to an end game. And even in this position, like, so he's already played e5, but like taking this pawn, right? I mean, yeah, he gets the pawn, but he's also letting Black's pieces out, which is again what happened like yesterday. He just activated his opponent's pieces. He has to be a little careful about that. His knight got stuck. How did he get him out? Okay, there we go.
Oh, rook d. Oh, rook d4 is interesting.
And it's again, they're in an end game with, you know, a rook and a minor piece, just like yesterday. And Gavrilescu
it's not so bad here. Oh no, maybe it's better. Like if we play c3, then Black plays rook e8 on time and gets this rook on the second ring. But Aronian found even sharper idea to give up the pawn. Is this losing? I'm not sure.
Okay, it feels like it shouldn't be, but definitely, I mean, it's very uncomfortable to be playing with such a passive rook and passive king.
Yeah.
And I guess he just didn't figure out how to navigate this. Like even now, you can't really improve the rook because it's constant rook d3. So he tried, right? Because he's threatening now here, but then he runs into rook c4. And now he has to, he can't trade the rook, so he has to let the rook in to c3. Well, he's no, right now, it actually feels like he's holding on, right? At this moment, he found this tricky way to like hold the third rank.
Right, but Black's king is very active here, and seems like it.
And I mean, I guess active. He didn't want to go there because the king comes over, and then there's rook c3 and this constant like king and pawn endgame hovering in the air.
Yeah, rook d7 is a very practical choice here to counterattack the Black's weaknesses. Maybe this idea g2 and h4 is not the right, because in the end we will see how Aronian won, so that's the key point here.
Yeah, I think maybe what he should be doing is putting the rook there and the rook there and tying Black down to that pawn. It's not that easy, I think, for Black to break through, because like I was thinking rook d3, king e4, rook g3. So like, I mean, okay, my king can stay, here forever, so you can never put me into zugzwang. And when you go here and you try this plan, I mean, yeah, I'm going to be taking on g6 and I'm going to be playing g4 at some point, or maybe even rook g5, getting my own counterplay. So I think everything was fine for white here. Unfortunately, he forgot to cover his third rank and then let the rook in. I don't know why he let that happen. And well, okay, now he's losing a pawn. So once that goes, you're definitely not going to have an easy life of it.
Right, and then Black tries to get another pawn, and now there is a b pawn, and Black is just pushing this pawn, and the king is just cut it so badly. So this is the point which I meant. If the pawn is on g2, you don't have much of the weakness on the king side.
Yeah.
So now after b2, the threat is rook c1 b1, but also king can just get on h3 and give this unpleasant threat. So that cost him some points.
Yeah, just Aronian had to do some work. He had to do some work in this end game, but he seemed to still have Gavrilescu under pressure in this game. That's overall like the dynamic of the game. So how did Anand beat Duda with such a nice attack? So we have a offer of a Berlin by Duda. Anand says no. Here's the anti-Berlin. Bishop c5. Okay, so they played this line. Kind of resembles to me a lot of these Rosalimo lines in the Sicilian Ketty, where white gives away the bishop for the knight, but I guess in those positions, like the pawn is on c5 and c6, not just on and you have some difficulties to develop your pieces in that case, but now Black has, I think, more space. Okay, I have to say g4 is like a striking move. Wow. Anand opens his king again because the center is closed, and I suppose he ultimately just wants to kind of go knight h4. He wants to stop Black maybe from playing f5 at some point.
That's what I thought. He wants to stop f5. After g4 he can also play queen at g6, knight h4, knight f5, g5. That's not pretty looking move.
It's interesting. Yeah, I mean, it seems possible, not like you have to do it, but it seems like an interesting move. So let's see what happens. Just like, okay. So eventually Anand is like, hey, I'm gonna get my knights in somewhere. White definitely
I can also open up the h file here. So rook h2, king g2, rook h1 is another way you can do this. He goes with the queen first, knight g3, knight goes on f5.
Yeah, still very defensible, because Black has, white has space on the king side with this pawn on f5, but Black has space with g5, and that's why he's not just getting squashed on the king side. And so that's actually a very important thing, which makes Black's position not so bad. But let's see, how does white break through here, because Black feels like very solid.
Yeah, so far these pawns f6 and h6 just support g5, and the rook is also on 7, but he
Yeah.
started to play on the queen side in the center. Now there's an
Yeah,
open file for the
Maybe Duda like should not have opened. I mean, he was trying to like get his own counterplay, but at the moment it feels like he gave white this open file, and this knight is a little distracted from how he was helping out on the king side, right? So now, yeah, this rook can't move. It feels okay. Like, it does feel like white has the initiative again.
right.
Let's see what happened.
Yeah, black is running out from the moves. Like
Yeah,
king
now we
h8.
know white's really good. Yeah, the knight has been established. This is defended. The rook is
And
passive.
yeah, and the rooks are off the trade. So when you don't have this h7 rook, you have the weakness on the h file. The 7th rank is also there, so there can be some queen h3, rook d7 moves, which can create a lot of problems for black. Queen b.
Wow.
Ooh.
Oh, this is nice tactics by Anand. Look at that. If rook takes, the queen is going to come in, and you can't block with your queen because of rook d8, and it's going to win the queen basically. And yeah, he took it. I mean, there's not much to do. Queen h5 is just coming. He took it, and rook d8, I suppose, or even, I don't know, queen g5 looks pretty good. Yeah, I think there. Queen g5. Oh yeah, no, rook d8. Dumb idea by me. Yeah, because there's some kind of rook h6. Yeah, let's not
rook
blunder
h6,
the
rook
queen.
g8. You can still.
Yeah, you can still do that, but you're not going to win, right? So no, you've got to definitely get out of that pin. And then, okay, how do you win here? I guess rook d8 now.
Now rook d8, yes, and you want to play queen g8, and how black is going to avoid that. This queen on b7, rook on f6, and knight on c4 basically don't play much.
It's interesting that this move doesn't really do anything because the king just moves over.
And yeah, there's queen g7. There's no queen g7 because knight from d6 actually guards the queen on b7. So he had to play rook to other side of the board.
Yeah, I gotta say, I just saw, like I was saying, does nothing, but I think it's not a good practical move because then you have to find rook d6. So the computer just pointed this out, and this is a rather difficult tactic for a blitz game.
Really? King takes d6?
Yeah, and I think the idea is queen d8. And you're gonna win the rook, and you're gonna be winning the queen endgame with a couple of extra pawns. But and if the rook takes, then the idea is queen g7, winning the queen. It's a nice tactic, but not very practical. So I don't think, I definitely would not expect someone to find that in a blitz game when there's other options. So rook h8 makes sense. Yeah,
very nice option. You want to play rook h7 and win this queen there. And there was just
checkmate. Okay, I would say very nice game by Anand. Overall, like this no luck involved in this game. It was, of course, not like a one-way street. I mean, I think at some point his attack didn't look that dangerous, but overall, he still carried through.
Made it out.
Yeah, he carried through with his vision for the king side attack, and quite a clean game. So I don't know. I think it's a very good beginning of the day because that's just a nice game to start the day with. How did Wesley So lose so quickly to
Irina? We have a comment here from Resting Forest. Hi, Katie. Morning, Irina. It's 5 a.m. or something, and Anand has already won.
Yeah, I know. You started the day well. So we had a Nimzo here. Wesley going for the solid Rubinstein variation. It's not an easy line to lose that quickly in. So this is all very classical, right? Like bishop e2 is the move here. Yeah, so you don't hang your bishop. Obviously, queen c7 is introducing some ideas on the c file. And, there's a famous trap here, guys. I don't know how many of you are interested in little traps in the Nimzo, but you can't.
We are. We love traps.
Yeah, if you go bishop d3, unfortunately, after this check, you're in trouble because you'd like to block with bishop d2 to protect your rook, but you're going to wind up losing your bishop. So can you imagine something like that happening so early on in the game?
I think something like this happened, but the other way, because this game ended so fast.
Yeah, so Wesley pulls the bishop back to a more safe square. Okay, so it looks pretty normal for now. Of course, white doesn't really want to trade. C4 makes a lot of sense to me. And we have these, oh, I was going to say we're going to have the hanging pawns, but yeah, he decided not to go for this. And I suppose he probably was concerned about that pawn just getting captured and then black playing b5 to support the bishop.
Yeah, and there's
So,
also queen a5
yeah.
check if you need to unpin your queen or rook, bishop e2 even there.
So he took with a knight. Okay. Well, that's not so beautiful because actually white just got stuck with isolated pawns and black has like a ready-made outpost for his knight. So I'm already feeling at least kind of comfortable for black. You know, especially in Blitz, you don't like to play with weaknesses. Right. After castles, bishop b7, queen d4. I mean, okay, I mean, looks fine.
Queen g5.
Oh, you got like now you're gonna have to worry about this diagonal forever.
So big diagonal. There are so many squares on that diagonal.
So black is like, no queen trade. Your king is too weak. Yeah, probably a good idea. Knight e4 somewhere.
I have a feeling this knight on d6 was trapped because it cannot move anywhere.
So okay, he didn't move the rook. Well, yeah, I mean, he has really big problems. There's also like knight b3 ideas. Where is this rook supposed to even go, actually? Like, yeah, rook e1. So he tries some tactic. Okay, I mean, it's very tricky, yeah. Check. And white check has to go here. Oh, but the problem is, so now the knight's hanging and the rook
is hanging. No, knight f5 is so fancy move, and rook e8 is so ugly move. You can't believe that this is just the best move here.
Still doesn't look terrible for white. I mean, well, I mean, the knight is not good, but he hasn't lost yet, right? So knight comes back. Yeah, okay, looks playable. Something really bad must have happened.
Some blunder, perhaps. Because
ooh,
so far...
wow, he actually declines the repetition. Look at that. He didn't want to repeat moves against white.
To be honest, this position is not pretty. You have this pair of bishop, but you have very bad pawn structure. The isolated pawns, double pawns. I am really surprised he declined the draw.
Yeah. I mean, he definitely does not doing that well here. And oh, he moved his rook to the wrong square.
But if you go rook b1, then knight b4.
Yeah, there's a lot of things problem, right? There's f2 hanging. Yeah. If knight b4, there's rook b4, and then knight c3, king f1. You kind of survive. So rook
d1 checkmate.
yeah. So I'm going this way. That's why it's not.
King f1.
Yeah. I'm going this way. All right, the games have begun. So let's go to the bird's eye view. We got Aronian d4, Wojciech d4, Duda e4, e4, and c4. We got one c4. We have symmetrical English in Koroba versus Anand. Aronian report, another King's Indian. Wow. I mean, and he just lost with that line in Caruana, right? So I do feel if we go to a game, that would probably be what I would like to see. Although Wojciech Caruana is also a kind of King's Indian structure. And yeah, Koroba versus Anand is a kind of a Tarrasch type of structure in the Queen's Gambit. So maybe a little bit less interesting. How about we go to Aronian report and see what's going on there. So he's repeating his, and actually Aronian plays the same line Caruana did. So look at that, the two bishops out, leaving the knight back. C6, report repeats. And
now we have knight f3. Earlier we had h4, h5 move. So
yes,
Aronian goes to the main, one of the main lines here.
And there's a trade. So this game is going to look very different because here the center is open instead of closed. And after rook e8, How does white protect this pawn? Because he needs to constantly watch out for this move d5. So if he goes f3, which is
D5 right
standard,
away.
yeah, it's standard, but like d5 does feel, I don't know, uncomfortable to me. So that's why he goes queen c2. And I think black can like insist on white having to protect that pawn in some awkward way, but he doesn't. He goes knight a6. All right, so rook ad1 sort of makes sense to me here. And then yeah, that way a knight b4, you can always go queen b1 or queen b3.
Right. Very interesting. Very interesting game is now right down on the one of these small boards. Jan-Christophe Duda, Wesley So. Jan-Christophe Duda decided to push g4 pawn right away. He was pretty much amazed by his previous opponent Vishy Anand, who did also push the pawns there on the g file, and then he's going forward.
Wow. Yeah, he really seems to have been inspired by Anand.
Yeah.
I mean, because g4 by no stretch of the imagination is that like the most obvious move in the position. Very aggressive, just pushing that pawn in, but also like weakening the f4 square. So I mean, I cannot say I'm as impressed by his version of this idea as I am by Anand's. Yeah, I don't know exactly how this attack is going to go, but I guess, you know, a knight f4, yeah, knight f4.
It falls for 95 at some point. Yeah. Now it's a good time. So if you play knight f4, you would try knight g2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, actually black seems to be doing well, and Wesley has blockaded white's pawns with this bishop on h5, knight on g6, so there doesn't seem to be any attack, and now he's preparing his own attack.
Unless you bring this knight d2, knight f1, knight d3 once again here on the king side, but this gives black so much time, and black can just push the pawns on the queen side and create the.
Well, I totally agree, Ketty. He's gonna play knight d2 because I mean he sees b5 coming, so essentially this knight is done for on this square. So I think he will see that and actually find your maneuver, which makes a lot of sense.
I'm thinking about d4 is another move that white can here consider to play to open up the d file and bring this knight later.
I'm shocked. Rook f1, really?
What? He wants to free the knight from f3.
Free the knight to do what though? Because like you're still not going to be able to do this so easily.
Give the knight freedom. Knight g1, knight e2, knight g3. But knight f4 just shuts this plan down.
Yeah, all right. I mean, yeah, b5 and a3. Is he going to put in a3? I think he will.
I do like knight f4 just to stop this g1 knight there. How white is going to just get this knight somewhere? Knight h3 maybe?
Yeah, okay. f3 because he wants to go knight e2. He wants to get that square back. Okay. So I am very curious like how black is going to play, because if you go b4, you're letting the knight back to c4. Okay, but he did, right? Because he didn't want white to lock up the queen side after a3, b3. So he went with this move, and I guess on knight c4, there's b3. You see, it's maybe mathematically not as good, but in the blitz game, it makes sense, right? To like make it harder for white to play and make him worry more about what's going to happen on the queen side.
Yep, b3 can be happen here, and it's so funny a line after that. b3 knight f4 is a very bad move because black can just take a2 pawn and next just queen, and you can't really stop this pawn promoting. So after b3, there is a chance that a file will be open, because definitely you don't want to take with the c pawn because d3 will hang by with the check.
Yeah, so b3, okay, he went for it. So yeah, it makes a lot of sense actually, because the d3 pawn is weak. The knight is still there to attack it. How does white defend this? I mean, yeah, it looks very dangerous. I suppose you have to play like AB, and try to take with a knight. But black has opened up the a file for the rook. All right, Wesley So going knight e6, stepping away from the trade, and also trying to go to d4 with the knight. Really interesting play by Wesley.
I like this idea to get this knight in centralized and also challenge b3 square. So white's knight will never get there, because this knight is the only piece that can cover the king. And this is not the case. You play king b1 and this king is safe there, because the moment queen gets on the a file, there will be checkmate. So maybe it's time to run away with this king somehow. Hard task, like c3.
Yeah,
king e2,
he's running lower on time. Like he's about a minute on the clock lower. And yeah, no, I like this decision, just practically speaking, like trying not to trade pieces. Again, giving white more to worry about. So now what about queen b8? Yeah, it's kind of an obvious move, I suppose, right? Getting the queen in. Okay.
There's also a3 move,
yeah,
which has just played.
Fine, I guess that makes sense. White will probably,
I mean, maybe just take on a3, knight c4 and king d2, and that's the runaway square for the king.
That makes sense as well. Yeah, I mean, you're going to lose the b4 pawn at some point. Probably even just rook a4 will be quite good there. Rook a3 and knight c4, just rook a4. And then when you take on b4, you might even take the knight at some point. Okay, he went king b2, trying to just stay on that side of the board and go rook a1.
Yeah, if queen a8, then rook a1, and white is happy for the trades. But we have rook to a4, attacking on b4. I'm not happy with this c3 pawn here for white, because c5, look at this. Now b5 will be also open.
Wesley is playing really well in this game, really fast and really confidently, and he has managed to just, push through his attack.
I think he shocked himself in the first game.
Yeah,
it's like a wake up shock for him, and now he's playing very good.
Yeah, no, I think the game is over, because like black also has that convenient square for the knight. When you have d4 for the knight and you're only down one pawn to have this position, this knight on h3. I mean, sure, black's bishop is also not great, but I would say the knight on h3 is even worse. I mean, this bishop, if the f pawn moves, now the pawn is hanging. Oh,
wait, is it double attack?
It's game over. It's game over.
Rook on a4 and knight on h3 are hanging.
Yep. And white's king is still getting attacked by the second rank, so that check is why white can't even capture on e5.
Oh, Anand and the game against Cargo with a draw. He was the one who was probably making some draw.
How about Aronian? Let's go to Aronian report, because we know like black is going to win this one. Okay, so Aronian report, what is going on? They're already in the end game. Pawns are even. White's pawn structure is not so good, and Aronian has very little time compared to report. Wow, so Aronian is in big trouble, because I mean, 15 seconds against 2.5 minutes. I mean, that is not really survivable in Blitz, I have to say. I know they get 2 seconds per move, but this is really tough. I would be amazed if he holds that.
Yeah, the position is just a normal position. You can get something out of increment if you have extra piece, but in this position, black is just I think black is even better here. It's more pleasant.
Yeah, I mean, okay, because white's pawn structure is messed up. Their bishop on g3 is bad. The black knight on c5 is excellent. The bishop on g7 is excellent. I mean, he should play like rook a7, try to get the rook in somewhere, a2, g2. I mean, just to keep white having to make moves, right?
Yeah, just like that. And white makes two moves in a second. King f2 and king d2 was pretty much free moves.
So I don't know. I mean, if you want to get the second rank, you can take on d4, but it's a little sad to give up the bishop for the knight. So I don't know if he's going to do that. He could. I mean, he's still better there.
I think it's not necessary to make any changes. Something like rook a3, knight d3 kind of threats. Then win this knight on d4 can be something that can make Aronian think a little bit more.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, rook a3, probably knight b5, but rook b3, knight maybe d6, run around. But I mean, I agree. Rook a3 looks pretty good here. And there you go. He makes the makes the threat of knight d3. So Aronian plays knight b5. And now what are we going to see? Are we going to see rook b3 or rook a1? Rook a1 is kind of normal as well. Rook b3 is probably the most obvious move.
Yeah, to keep this knight cut on b5 square, and then you can try to play bishop d7 and bishop b5 to win a pawn. So white goes to knight to d6 to hit the bishop there. Bishop f5. This allows white to take the bishop, and Aronian is happy to do that, and also to take the f7 pawn right away. Bishop on g3 is a horrible bishop. It needs to
but this is actually really improved for white, I think, Teddy, because that pawn was important. Richard is not much ahead on the clock anymore, and this bishop can go to h4 and give the king the g3 square potentially. Like, I can actually see white winning this.
Richard's time is like our bank account. Like, you have money, a lot of money, you think, and at some point you have nothing. You don't even know where it's gone. So 2 minutes, extra 2 minutes. He lost the pawn and he has no time also on
bishop h4 maybe. Okay, he goes bishop f2. So yeah, I feel like Richard, has definitely lost the advantage, and he might lose the game if he keeps pressing to win. Because Aronian is not a bad player either, and now he's not at a disadvantage, and he's even up a pawn. So it's very
I think he
balanced
wanted to
here.
In g3 squared by the king f2, king g3. So black had to play this bishop f6 to get this bishop on h4, just in case. The 5 pawn under attack, and Aronian is happy to make a draw here. Oh no, not really. He wants to win.
No, okay, see, now again, like, he traded the rooks. Good job, bishop c2. You're up a pawn, you got the bishop pair, and only person who can play for a win now, it is Aronian. Yeah, this is exactly the danger, right? Like, he didn't really make anything of his position, got down to the same amount of time, and then still tried to play for a win. I think Aronian probably would have been happy with that repetition.
Yeah, that's right. There is this play.
Look at this bishop coming to f1.
F1, yes, and h3 pawn will be lost. If you're not taking, if he takes this bishop now, then b6 pawn will be lost.
Just go. Oh, this is so bad. Yeah.
Oh, give up the b6 pawn. This allows white to have c pawn extra on the queen side.
That pawn is going further now. Another one is gone. Okay. Well, he still has chances. They're playing really fast. They don't have much time. It's not winning yet for white. He still has to work to do.
If Richard loses this game, I think it's time to give up to play King's Indian with black.
Well, the King's Indian, it worked out. Oh, actually, the opening worked out well for him. When we started watching it, he was doing really well.
Yeah, that's also true.
So I think he'll stick with it, actually, but because it's not the opening's fault. It's the opening was lovely, but okay, he's got his blockade. How does white break it down after king e7?
He's going bishop e5 now. Why not bishop e5? That's strange.
Oh, can he take the knight and play bishop e5? He could have. Actually,
he goes there. I think he transposes unless there's a check.
Oh.
And
yeah.
Now, okay, we have this. King c4, king goes all the way to a6 and b7.
Yeah, king goes to b7 and it's over. Oh, Richard tried a little too hard, but that was very kind of typical. Yeah, he's a very fighting player, doesn't want to give up, trying to win, and sometimes that doesn't work out. So we got Highness asking, guys, do you know why Nakamura refused to participate in the Olympiad? What a shame for the US team. Yeah, I agree. That is a disappointment. I really wanted to see him play, and this is his first time not playing for the US team in pretty much since he was able to play, I think. So yeah, you guys might want to just ask him about, because I don't know the exact reasons, but I share your
I think he can talk. Hikaru can just talk to his channel about it. I'm also so curious. All the games are done. We would love to see some other games that we have not covered, but guys, we're going to take a very short break now, and we'll be back in a few minutes. So don't go anywhere, because this is Blitz portion of this tournament, and it's very interesting.
It's time to take your SEO, that's search engine optimization for those who don't speak internet, to the next level with SEO Crawl. Their tools combine robust dashboards with automated tools that are proven to improve your organic results. Chess.com went from 10 million to 18 million organic search results a month in just 2 years after working with David and the team at SEO Crawl. I cannot recommend them enough. They right now have free enterprise accounts just for signing up for a demo session. Use the command SEO Crawl in chat and check them out today.
Hey guys, welcome back to our coverage of the Blitz portion of the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland 2022, part of the Grand Chess Tour. My name is Irina Krush, and I'm joined by Keti Tatsalashvili. And we are about to start round 3. But before we go into round 3 of the day, We have a question for you guys that you can vote on. What is the most searched for chess opening? This is brought to you by SEO Crawl. And yesterday, the question was, what is the most searched for chess piece? Today is the most searched for opening. If you would like my useless advice, I would say Bong Cloud.
There is a huge competition here. This is a huge competition, Arena. But your first choice is a bonk cloud.
Well, the thing is, I mean, Queen's Gambit is the more obvious one. But yesterday, the answer was completely shocking, right? That it was the rook that was the most searched for piece. So I'm thinking like maybe we should go for something less obvious. Although I don't think it's a bad choice to go for Queen's Gambit. I think it's quite, because of the movie, it's quite likely. But, I mean, if I had to go for like a more surprising option, I would say Bong Cloud. Like, don't people want to know what that is? Like, I didn't even know what that was until recently.
Yeah, that's true. My choice here, I agree with this that Queen's Gambit is so obvious leader here, and because of this series, most people probably search that one. But I would go for London System because London System is a celebrity for chess because it's either like loved or it's hated. So
it's very popular.
It's
in any case, popular. I mean, you really see it like so many players have switched over to playing the London. So let's see, Ketty, what has transpired in this last round? Wesley So won. We had 3 decisive games, and Caruana won with the black pieces against Wojtaszek. Let's take a look at that. He played interesting d6. So some kind of a King's Indian hybrid, okay, with bishop f5. All right, so he's got his blitz openings worked out. Pretty cool. I mean, that is definitely what we call a blitz opening. You're not going to see Caruana
playing bishop f5.
I mean, he doesn't even play their King's Indian, and he's definitely not going to be playing this bishop f5 line in like a serious game. But
yeah, just imagine at the candidates tournament he goes bishop f5.
No way. Blitz, everything is possible, right? So there's no bishop c4 since it hangs the bishop. e4. So white is, setting up quite a normal position. We had an unusual way to get here, but like what we have in front of us looks very normal. And in a way, it reminds me very much of the Aronian reports game, except the black pawn is not here, and Caruana decides to put the knight there instead.
That's right. Also, bishop on e3 was not there, and it was kind of a bit of a challenge for white to avoid d5.
Yeah, I mean, white's position is better, like definitely like all these positions with knight here, bishop takes, pawn takes, d5, like structurally all of that is better for white, but okay, he decides to not rush in with the knight for now. King h1, h5. Yeah, I like that move. This is a good choice for not just for a blitz game, but for any kind of position. This is a great move, gaining some space on the king side. And yeah, I'm liking where Caruana is taking this game.
Yeah, he kind of controls the whole board. Like all his pieces are just fine. Now knight is starting to maneuvering, and I'm not a big fan of these pawns on the 4th rank. To me, it's just pushed too much.
Yeah, I wonder, because here he could have tried this move. Maybe it's a bit more effective against the f4 idea, because you might have like queen d4 afterwards, right? Because knight d7 walked into this, and now I like white again because it's a very important move for white, controlling, putting pawns on dark squares, and he's able to do this once this knight is kicked away.
Yeah, but this when latest move queen h4 here opens up the f6 square for the knight, which hits the pawn on e4, and then knight g4 can be something that black can look for some kingside attack there. This knight is on the way, so white stopped it for a moment with the pin.
Oh, interesting. So now he it's not exactly a pawn sack. Yeah, because he lost this one. And
the pawn trade.
Yeah, now this bishop is extremely powerful. So this has
right.
worked out for black.
Yeah, bishop g2 is a threat now, so
Mhm.
another pin.
So black has won a pawn, and he was able to win like a double rook endgame here. Wow. Oh, somehow, somehow, yeah, this obviously doesn't look bad for black at all at this point. So it was even. How did he actually win this?
Maybe he just doubled the rooks, I guess. Yeah, that's so interesting, is it?
Yeah, he won. Well, he's not really. Oh, yeah, he decided to do this, which makes a lot of sense. Right. I guess the other option is trading the rooks and like bringing out the king, which in hindsight might be the better idea.
But when you get the king f3, black always has this bishop c3, and the game goes to the opponent game. And
yeah, I think maybe we can do it just in time. Like I think we're literally just in time, Ketty, to be able to bring the king to e4. Because if you go rook c3, I play king e4, and I'm still winning my pawn.
Oh, you are not taking the rook. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, and you can't really. I guess you're not getting anywhere in with your king like too much. Like black's king is closer to the pawns, but is not actually getting in anywhere. So it's a draw. So
yeah, this pawns on g2 and h4 helps white very much. That's not pushed to forward, and they are not weaknesses.
So he kept both rooks on the board, and eventually that's what made things difficult for him.
Yeah. We lost the board. And meanwhile, we have this question, and not a question, just a comment. Irina should have her own channel. I remember this was the question they were asking you, are you going to stream or not? And you were like, I'm thinking. So when are you starting to stream?
Yeah, I know. It's a good question. And thank you, Highness. So, yeah, it's on my radar. You think, guys, I'm so busy, right, with like everything I'm doing. I mean, I kind of am teaching like pretty much, full load with my students. So then like there's the tournaments that I try to play, the big ones that require some preparation as well occasionally. This kind of commentary work, and a lot of miscellaneous things, little articles, like I'm writing on the American Cup tournament for the American Chess Magazine. I also recently like annotated my game for New in Chess.
Cool.
So there's always things coming up. So it's a little hard for me to commit to doing that.
Only 24 hours per day. You just need more hours, right, to do all this work.
Ketty, do you do streaming, Ketty?
I do, and I have to admit that it's quite time consuming while you do other things, and definitely you have to do other things too. And this is just a side thing that I'm doing. This is not just only thing that I focus. And it's time consuming, but then you're getting so much addicted to this. You want to stream more and more and more for hours and hours per day. And yeah, whenever you start this, you have to have some time. Definitely.
Yeah. I mean, I want to, and I even want to kind of like, I was thinking of doing like a YouTube channel, doing some instructional videos. That's all part of the plans. We'll see, guys, when I get to it.
Okay, you guys, I think you have to be active in the chat and always demand YouTube channel or streaming.
That's right. Actually, guys, keep reminding me about this. Yeah, keep reminding me all the time. And when I feel like, you have a strong desire to see me stream, then I will be more motivated to start it.
Yes, or then we can just start to sign the petition and collect the votes for that.
Yeah, we can. Chess.com can do, a vote on that, a survey.
So fast. They are playing so fast. So fast. So let's try to catch up and just try to get any of these games. Korobov.
Yeah, maybe we should go to Wesley So versus Korobov, because that is a King's Indian main line, and
There's also a very interesting Anand and Gavrilescu game.
Mhm.
There's a check on the board. Anand has to play this move
Mm.
G3. Very interesting games.
They're in some theory. This move C5 that Wesley So just played, it's a pawn sack. It's not a blunder of a pawn. It actually is theory. Trying to open up the C file, send the knight to A6. So we'll see. You know, Wesley seems well prepared in this line. But yeah, but the C pawn is missing.
Yeah, well, White's idea was queen c2 and then to take this c7 pawn, but knight g7 just open up the 7th rank, and after queen c2, black has rook to f7, and this rook will guard the c7 pawn. So white can take a7 pawn. I think that's one of the main things here, and try to then get the light square bishop on c8.
Yeah, I mean, if you take the pawn, the bishop's going to go to d7. And then you can't really go b5 because the knight goes to c5. Yeah. Overall, I mean, I can't say I'm unhappy with black's position. I mean, he took a pawn. He has the typical, you know, dreams of playing g4 and, you know, some kind of obvious ways to hold the pawn. So I don't know. We'll see what Wesley comes up with. But I would say, like, for a blitz game, it seems like this is quite decent for white. I mean, I was going to say, quite decent for black, but you know, it is quite decent for white as well. It's not like bad for anyone.
Yeah, they both have some ideas here. Rook f6, that's a bit mysterious move to me because I don't really see what he wants to play. Is he going to play c6? I don't think so. But other than that, maybe he wants to just withdraw this knight on f8 and then rook g6.
Yes, I think he wants to definitely put the rook on g6. And I wonder if he's going to go like knight h8 and rook g6 and knight f7. So this pawn is about to come under some serious pressure. Yeah, just queen c2 and then rook c1. I wonder how he's going to defend that. I mean, I guess on queen c2, I mean, there's g4, right? So g4 is not super dangerous, but it is an idea. And rook c3 definitely indicates that he wants to play queen c2, I think. Or also, maybe the 3rd rank is not a bad place for the rook in general.
White can also bring another rook on c file, like queen b3 and rook c1, to have this rook double on the c file. And this bishop on f2 kind of slows down a bit g pawn, black's g pawn. So yeah, white is thinking a lot here, right? But he has more time. Black is thinking.
Yeah, I'm thinking too about all the other positions I see on the board. Like, what else is interesting? Only Caruana, even Caruana Duda is interesting. Like, Caruana has a pawn majority. It looks kind of impressive. I mean, there's bishops of opposite color, but yeah, I mean, the bishop on d5 is really good for Duda. It is true, the way he attacks a2.
Yeah, was that a rapid game where Duda outplayed in the end game opposite color bishop and the rook end game? I think
that was against Aronian.
Aronian.
Yeah. Now this is actually pretty good for black, very solid, because at first I was very impressed by these pawns. But yeah, he's just going to play like rook e8. I mean, he's not going to let that pawn go to e6 because there's no reason to. And yeah, I think that Duda is solid here, and white is not really able to use that majority very easily. Let's take a quick look, Richard report.
Yeah, there's also this game of Anand and Gavrilescu, and I think Anand is struggling there.
I like this position, Ketty. You know, we're gonna stick to this one for a second because I mean, you know, I like to see pawns on g4, open g file. You know,
and it's Richard playing, so you know something will go right here. Amazing.
I mean, interesting position. Like the bishop on c1, not great. This rook hasn't been developed yet. I can definitely see this rook doing a rook lift at some point in this
rook
game.
a2, rook g2, yeah.
Yeah, and then I think he will probably just leave this bishop here forever since he can't really move anyway.
Right, rook c8 comes on the king side, rook e6 probably to and also f5 is not hanging anymore. But White's play is more pleasant here. You can knight g5, rook a2, rook g2, as we mentioned, knight g3, knight h5 there too. And I'm quite happy with these bishops on the b1 and c1.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, there's also, I guess, some idea of knight g5, no, but he's going for like the most obvious thing. And yeah, he's definitely playing rook a2. Like you can just feel that is what is being prepared. Am I wrong?
on the way
No.
f5 pawn is also hanging, so Wojtaszek played g6 to avoid this pawn loss there, and we have rook to a2, b1 bishop is hanging, so White has to move this bishop away first, and then move the rook away.
Yeah. Huh. What is he thinking about here? He took back.
Yeah.
Oh, rook b3. Yeah. No, this can backfire. This can backfire very easily because, White's attack isn't actually going anywhere. And now Black is just making so many threats on the queen side. No, this has gone really badly. Poor report. He followed my plan. Ketsi, and I mean,
don't blame yourself. Don't blame yourself. That's fine. It was some natural moves, right? Yeah. But now knight e3 is a threat, and if Black gets this slight square bishop, then bishop e4, it's such a beautiful square for this bishop.
Well, I'm so sad about this position. I mean, oh man, like White can completely forget about an attack, and the position is a disaster at this point because like all these pieces are doing nothing. King is
like this
weak, and like there's no coordination. Bishop is like passive. I don't know how he's going to save this position, but I have a very bad feeling about how it's going for him.
That's right. Queen get on b8 to guard the rook. There, rook b1 just pins the bishop on c8. I don't necessarily to do that. There's also a4 pawn coming there just to get more space. And Black has nothing to worry at all. So rook b1 is on the board.
Rook b1, yeah. So he's pinning him. That poor bishop can't move. I guess rook b3 back. Okay, he's repeating. Well, obviously he wouldn't mind a draw at this point. The only good thing for him is that he has a lot more time.
Yeah, how about bishop d3 and bishop a3?
Wow.
He's not going to.
Is he thinking? This, I guess. I mean, is he still thinking? Is he thinking like maybe I should play for a win because I have more time? I mean, that's crazy. Like. I would just play bishop d3 instantly in this terrible position, and if Wojtaszek wants to draw, it's okay.
Yeah, we have it. How about bishop a3 here to get a pawn and to try rook c1? That's why
bishop a3. There's bishop b1, right?
Oh, the rook is under attack.
Yeah.
Queen takes, and then
So he goes. I mean, queen e2. I guess there's going to be some kind of trade of these bishops. Then rook b3. Yeah, Black is still happy. He got the light squared bishop trade. That's positionally good for him. This is also fine. Yeah, still total suffering for White, but he's got a lot more time. That's his chance. He can make this work. Like here, like look, if he can go like rook here and then like sack a knight and then sack the queens too and get a checkmate on g8, that would have been great. But okay.
Vishy Anand lost the game against David Gavrilescu.
Oh my gosh. He lost? Okay, we'll take a look at that later. Yeah,
we can take a look whole game.
Wow, I mean, what a game by Gavrilescu. Yeah, finally after such a tough tournament, getting a win over the leader is kind of amazing. So knight c3, 20 seconds for Wojtaszek. I wonder, Ketty, are we going to see any sacrifices on this square in this game? Like, I feel like there's still a chance for that.
Yeah,
little chance, but it's no, you can't discount it.
Bishop, I think it's fine now as he has more time on the
card. I mean, still okay, terrible because the knight has arrived on an amazing square.
It's so just not right position.
Yeah, this is pretty bad. I mean, this knight is just amazing. And
after bishop b3, which guards d4 pawn, there is also bishop b4, fancy move there. A b, and c3 knight is pinned, and Black is winning a pawn by that. Oh, he's going somewhere on the queen side, king side. And
wow, knight d5. He set up a trap. I think he's gonna find it. Oh man, that queen h3 move was so tricky. Oh man, now he's gonna win, isn't he? I don't know. Like Wojtaszek has no time. So at this point, this is the best position he's had in forever. Okay, just important to watch out for knight f3. I don't know, how about bishop e3? Is that bad? Okay, or g3, solid. Solid, yeah.
Yeah, we have some trade here.
Knight of
Knight is under attack. Knight b5, perhaps then. Oh,
No, I don't know. I
e4,
think we're gonna see a checkmate. We're gonna see a checkmate on h7 in this game.
rook h2 is his idea. Maybe he wants to play rook h4, h2 next.
Okay, maybe it's not a checkmate yet. And the a pawn is actually annoying. I don't like that white let black have a pawn like that.
And the rook is just
and the knight is really
so
good.
passive.
Yeah. So somehow, okay, white to check doesn't have much time, but I do feel like his position is pretty easy to play.
Yeah, you know what? You have to give up one of these pawns, like b pawn or e pawn, and then just push the other one. But instead, he brings the king on the board. E6, knight c3, rook goes on e1, e2, e7. Oh, it's tricky.
Why did he just do that? Now he might lose that pawn. Might lose that pawn. Okay, maybe not. Now what? Bringing in the king. King d3. All right, I like it again for a port. I like where this is going because, okay, the e7 pawn, he held it on. He held onto it. The king on d3 is really good. I like that he managed to improve the king. Okay, he's got a chance. He really has a chance. Ooh, whoa. Okay. Oh no, is this pawn just gonna provoke Petty? Oh no, I think he just messed that up. Oh no, Richard, don't play so fast.
This is the same time, second time you said Richard. What are you doing, Richard?
Oh no, oh no. And even with like 7 seconds, everyone can just push a pawn, right? It's not that hard.
Not
Knight
at all.
c7. Was there a knight c7? Oh no, they just queen. Okay, so you're down a rook. How many? Do you have any chances here? Seems very difficult.
Knight
Oh,
c5.
maybe we'll have a repetition.
Knight g8, knight g7, knight e8, I think.
There's still a chance. I don't know. I feel like white's pawns, like, I still feel like there is a chance here. I do.
I also feel the same. King c7 or king c6? King c8.
Yeah, that's pretty good, unfortunately. That's a pretty good move.
crazy.
Our
Knight
chances are
under
going down. Chances are going down.
And now there's an extra pawn for black. So
Yeah. All right.
96, very strong move, trading the knight and the pawn
Yeah.
is winning.
Shevchenko, yeah, defending against Aronian, down 2 pawns. Whoa, no, no, did that happen? Did that seriously happen?
No way! How can you blunder rook?
Oh my god!
And this is
Oh
so lost.
Oh my god! Yeah. Okay. What? And now, why did he do that? Why did he do that? Now black might make a draw. Black might just bring in the king. That's all he's got to do, right? And like try to.
That means that they just.
Oh wow! Richard lost on time. Oh, that's just so sad. Oh, that's so sad.
Wow, I've never seen such a crazy game. So
yeah,
he was better, then he missed it. He was losing, he was worse. He was completely losing. He had some chances, and then he was winning. There was a draw, and he lost on time then.
Yeah, this was pretty crazy. I mean, you know, guys, like he literally just walked into a fork. Like that, like he just didn't, you know, notice that report was threatening this fork.
Yeah,
and then white was just winning, right? Check here. I don't know. I just thought like, yeah, I mean, I guess I was gonna say like knight e5, but there is knight a7. Yeah, I get it. It's not so easy. So this is some kind of like, this is the right way to do it.
Yeah, but 93 was not very much necessary at the first place. You could always play king c7 to just stop black's king getting closer.
Look at this. What's actually...
Wait, this happened?
What is this? Why is this winning? Why is this winning? So if like black goes h6, like what is our winning plan?
95.
95, king a6.
A6. King a8. Oh wait, king
Oh, we
a8
just go
here.
here. Yeah,
King
just
a8.
king a8, unblocking the
King
pawn.
a8 winning a game.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
So he
Wow.
had so this was the right move, and this one is worse. I'm trying to understand like why only knight b4, because what's up? Why isn't this winning? Oh, because you can still like try going here and making some kind of check. I get it. I get it. So it's like not as good as knight b4. All right. Wait.
And then he lost some time, right?
Yeah, and then he lost on time. And that's so yeah, so he prematurely
You know
queen.
what? Maybe draw agreed there, and they
Maybe
said,
draw.
yeah, maybe draw agreed. They offered draw, and they just verbally agreed on a draw, and the time went out, and we just got this here in the digital board.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's definitely possible to lose on time with a 2-second increment. So
you guys in the chat, if you can just check the video. We also have we don't have video footage, but I'm sure you can find the one.
Yeah, lost that one. Wow. Yeah, that's happened. I mean, that's happened to me. you know, when it's like you feel like you should be able to make your moves in those 2 seconds, but they go by really, really fast. So yeah, it's a shame for sure, but he gave us a great fight. So I'm glad we looked at that game. So now we got Shevchenko playing Aronian.
We wanted to move, I think, at that point when the blunder happened, and just we stayed, and we couldn't. We thought that was the end of the Drum Master, but
yeah,
not quite, not quite.
These positions are, I actually managed to not win once this kind of position with 2 extra pawns. So, but this one looks pretty good. Yeah, this is over.
Ooh.
I don't know what that going back to h2 was by Shevchenko, like what that was with the queen, but it definitely made black's life a lot simpler. I guess he was, could have just stayed queen d6, the obvious check. There was also just king h3.
Yeah, he blundered queen g3
g4. Yeah, he tried. Oh, this is how this happened. Oh, I get it. Yeah, he tried the stalemate trick, which is what you got to do. Yeah, you got to try the stalemates, but Aronian.
Okay, he also had 1 second on the clock, so
yeah, it makes sense. Okay.
All right, shall we see the game of Anand? Because I think we all want to know what happened into his game against Gabrielescu.
Yeah, so he played e4 and he didn't play the advanced French this time. So he moved away from the move that was working for him so well in the rapid, and he went in for this. And this is like a very theoretical line with this queen b6, pawn sack on b2. In general, yeah, I don't like to play lines with like a million moves of theory. This stuff goes up until like, I don't know, more than 20 moves. Bishop b5, this is the main line. Yeah, knight takes, bishop takes a6, like all theory. This is probably as far as I know. This part I already don't know. But look at them. You can see they both have more than 5 minutes on the clock at this point. So it's all theory, and pawns are even. White got the pawn back. Black has bishop pair, better pawn structure. Okay, but definitely feels like White has the initiative right after getting this pawn back.
Right. Wait, there was a... Okay, yeah. Yeah, check. And queen to d8. This check, I think it's very important to have this pawn chain on the dark squares and have light squares so weak on the king side.
Yeah, so black is getting ready to castle, and then he will have a reasonable position. And he was allowed to castle, huh? Even rook c8 is also interesting.
Yeah, I think rook c8 happened, right? Rook c8 and some trade.
Oh, Anand lost his initiative. Look at that. Good game by Gavrilescu, because already here black has just a nice position. I mean, once he castles, he has the 2 bishops and the better pawn structure and the safer king.
Right.
So, I mean,
Yeah, the king is too weak.
this
King
is looking like a
too weak.
dream.
Yeah, bishop c64 at some point. You can open up that. Rook c8 comes on the board.
Wow.
Bishop a5.
If you trade the queens, I
Pawn
think
takes.
pawn
c4.
takes, and then
You
there's
don't have a
would be
square
time,
because
yeah.
rook is under attack, bishop is under attack, and knight is also hanging.
Oh, and knight.
So
is-
good luck to defense all these 3 pawns. The only 3 pawns you have on the board.
So he played bishop a7 and rook c8, and Anand resigned. Well, it is depressing. I don't think I would resign
No.
in this position.
I have most of my games just like as worse as this is for white.
Anand is like, this is not a nice position for me. I just resigned.
Yeah,
So,
not nice.
yeah, I don't like these positionally lost games. But I mean, look, you can make a couple of moves. I mean, I really think this is a bit of an aristocratic approach by Anand, right? Like, I don't think it's resignable for a blitz game. Like, just make some moves. I mean, look at Rapport's game. I mean, look at what happened there.
Yeah,
What do you mean?
exactly.
Like, you can't resign in this position when
No.
this is like, -3. It's nothing for blitz, right? And you're not
Yeah.
like in a lost king and pawn endgame here. So I understand it's bad. I understand it's ugly, but like, you got back rank mate ideas, right? It's still possible. I mean, and you got
Yeah.
here. It's why are you resigning? I mean, okay, you lose a few.
You have
pawns,
bad.
but just
We don't say
play
you
some
have good
random
one.
moves. Yeah. I mean, okay, I guess this is pretty bad. I get it. It's like you're losing 2 pawns and you're getting attacked. I mean, it's not.
Yeah, he could play 2 more moves and then resign.
Yeah, I would have played a couple of moves, but Anand, has different kind of standards, I guess, for his positions, for what he wants to be playing. But yeah, no, this was a really nice game by David Gavrilescu. I think he can be proud of this one.
Aruna, is this the
Yeah.
first win for him?
Yeah, I think it is the first win for him here in Poland, and it could not have come at a better time for him. And I just kind of wonder, where did things go wrong for white? Because it felt like white has some initiative, right? Like, and the problem is that if you lose the initiative, you get stuck with a really bad position. And that's what happened. So he kept the initiative around here. There aren't really any great discoveries on the queen other than the repetition. And so he protected the bishop, makes sense. Bishop a3, and this is probably the moment, I think, right here, because once white castled, which looks really natural, we got rid of the strong rook, and probably once the trade happened, then that was it. At this point, it's already too late for white to be doing very well here. I mean, they probably needed to go like f5, and instead of rook b1, they needed to try to frighten black on the king side a bit. I think it's still quite very playable, but I think probably here is where, after bishop a3, is where we need to look for stuff.
Oh wow, I just see the engine line here. You know what? This is crazy. The engine says f5 here instead of castle, and you have very good position.
And now on castles, what is the point?
Loading.
Yeah.
Point is
F6,
loading.
yeah, f6 or something. So you need to try to create some play against the king. Well, that makes sense.
Yeah, and in case after f5, if you keep this rook c8 plan just happening, then you have rook to c6.
Yeah, you got definitely, I mean, okay, this looks pretty dangerous. Although I would say, actually still looks very double-edged, doesn't it? Like after king h8. Yeah, like again, actually, so if white makes natural moves here, it's actually really easy to get a worse position. right? I mean, black just
Yeah.
defends against queen g4.
The king is too exposed, like it's in the middle of the
Yeah.
empty board.
Like the computer is showing moves like this. I mean, this is what I mean, that it's very difficult. Like after pawn takes, instead of the natural recapture, right? Like he's showing something like knight b1. So like, what's that? I mean, why is that supposed to be so good?
I think bishop has some problems.
Yeah. I mean, first of all, you have to figure out why this is bad. I mean, this is the obvious move. You have to figure out why that's bad. So there's some discovery on the queen, and then they take an f6.
Right.
Okay.
But there is also a very important point after f5. Let's check out what happens if black still plays this move rook c8, which is so natural move. After f5 and rook c8 now, white is not trading. White plays rook c6 and attacks the queen. And after queen e7, now white trades. So you force bishop to get on c8, not the queen on open c file. And after this one, you can castle now. And there is a difference in this line. You have pawn on f5, queen is on e7, just misplaced, and you are threatening f6 next move. And here, white keeps the advantage.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, I would say, like even here, black can keep on playing. It's really unclear. And I think it's very tricky for white to play. Actually, like I can understand why the game went the way it did for Anand, because white has to play very energetically and make like some not obvious moves to keep the initiative here. And the problem is in Blitz, at some point you just play a move like castles, right? It looks normal. It does not look like a bad move.
So normal.
And you start losing your initiative, right? And the moment this happens, like here, I mean, again, he can look at some other things, but I mean, you can move the rook somewhere, and the queen moves there, and like, what do you really have?
Yeah, like to be honest, castle looks more natural move. Even if I know that there's a idea of f5, you don't remember this by heart. There's no way you remember it by heart and by the move order. So some ideas like f5 is very good position there, but you first want to castle. You don't want to push your pawns too much and leave this king there.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably his last chance to like play an active move, I think. But still, black will always have like queen c4 ideas, and he can always neutralize white's attack with that. So yeah, things got bad for Anand really fast. He just positionally it's awful for white, right? Weak king, weak pawns, bad knight that's just kind of hanging, problems on the diagonal potentially. So I mean, yeah, it went downhill really fast, but you can understand that. So I wouldn't even say it's such a bad game from Anand. I would say
it was fine. It's just inaccuracy, this castle, which is so normal move to castle, right?
Yeah, he got a bit unlucky. He got a bit unlucky that he found himself in a position that was just much harder for him to play than for his opponents. But at the same time, I mean, that's a good opening preparation by David, right? I mean, he's the one who chose this line. He knew enough to get in there and navigate like this dangerous position. So I would say this is
Are we hearing the sounds from the church?
Yeah, that is a church a few blocks away from me, Ketty. It rings every hour. And even I know it's so loud, you think it's like right next door. It's not. It's actually some blocks away, but it's loud. Yeah. All right. Well, we got the games for round 4. I think we're in round 4 now. Let's take a look at the bird's eye view, Ketty. And we got an English in Caruana, a Benoni in Duda report. Okay, all right, Richard.
Richard is playing my 2 favorite openings with black pieces, Benoni and King's Indian.
All right, so let's go to Duda versus report. I look at his game first, and to see what action he's going to bring us, and then I'll look at the rest of the players. So I mean, first of all,
let's do that.
Yeah, 95 is a bit unusual, but I guess he's saying, okay, you want to take my knight, then my knight will get the d6 square and we can play that position. And Duda says, nope, let's go back.
All right.
Bishop h2. So white definitely has ideas of f4. So this is a sneaky bishop retreat. Like, for example, if you play bishop d7 to prepare b5, you get your knight trapped all of a sudden in the middle of the board. So that is one of the tactical ideas here. I don't think the players are going to fall for that, but we should keep that in mind. So he goes f5, very normal, taking some space, also giving the knight the retreat.
Yeah, and also if you allow this white's pawns to get f4, e4, you always have to be scared of e5 move. And now this pawn, if f5 just stops that plan for white. Is anyway white going to push the pawn on e4?
You know, it's very hard to push the pawn on e4 because there's always f4 as an idea by black.
Oh, and the knight will stuck there forever on e5 square.
Yeah, I think like this is a very reasonable position for black. Again, for a blitz game, you know, mathematically the computer likes white, as he always likes white, and you know, King's Indian and Benoni positions where white has a space advantage. But practically speaking, I feel like a report has gotten what he wanted out of the opening. And again, he has a little bit of a time edge. Oh, they've played more moves. So f4 has happened. Knight f7, knight c4, knight b5. Okay, very typical stuff. Knight a4, rook e8, knight b6, king h8. Okay, that's our current position. Well, what can we say? It feels double-edged to me. I see the computer loves white, but why? I don't know. I mean, the e3 pawn.
Yeah, to be honest, I would never be happy with this position if I'm with white. And when I play on the board and I don't see this engine evaluation, I would think that I did not succeed. But Duda thinks the other way, and he goes g4 now.
Oh, g4 I like. I was just gonna say, out of all the moves the computer was suggesting, I like g4 in this position. And yeah, this is like the theme of Duda's games, right? He played g4 in his last game against Wesley. It didn't work out so well. And he's trying it again. And I do like this move. You got to keep Richard under some pressure. Actually, I feel like, you know, he got the knight here, which seems nice, like an improvement from c7, but honestly, the knight's not doing much. And this knight's not doing much. And this is the problem with black's positions. Two bad knights and a bad bishop and a bad rook. So at the moment,
what else left?
Yeah,
you have everything left.
Okay, this is left.
King is good.
These three pieces are pretty decent, Katie. Everything else is pretty bad. So yeah, that's why white has an advantage here, and white has space, of course. So now, I mean, I agree with the computer's evaluation that white is better because, I mean, it's just so much easier to play. And we have more moves, knight h6, g5. So bishop g3, okay. I mean, he basically can go for this plan pretty soon.
h4, h5, and open up the h file. Bishop
yeah,
g3,
that's what he's going for. That's what he's going for. And this is looking really unpleasant for black, because I mean, I guess on h4, he's going to go h5. Okay, so that's his idea. He's going to, well, is it the idea? Because at some point we might sack our bishop there too. But it's probably something he's going to have to think about if it happens. h4 happens.
g6.
And black did not do anything to stop h5.
I never liked this bishop coming back on b5, so I would just take this bishop and play another knight on b6. But Duda is claiming that anyway, I don't care about this bishop here on b5. I have my own plan. Why rook to a3?
I think to protect this pawn, I guess if bishop takes, I don't know, he's probably planning bishop takes, although knight takes, yeah, probably bishop takes is what he's planning. Ooh, wow, knight a8. That's not a move that you see a knight get to very often.
Right, but it looks normal, like you're trading more and more pieces.
Yeah.
And
he's very, very fast, you know, like he basically has a time advantage against all of his opponents. I'm still waiting to see someone who's going to play faster than Report. Is there a faster player than him in this tournament?
Maybe Aronian. We have to keep the eye on Aronian's time. in his games. But yeah, I think he has most of the times at least 2 minutes advantage on the clock.
Well, I mean, at the moment, I would say he's done all right. I would say navigating this, and his position has not deteriorated. It's looked very dangerous. It's not great looking, but it hasn't gotten worse. It seems fine. And, White's obvious moves like, pawn takes or h6, like they're not, winning the game, right? White still has
Yeah,
this
rook
bishop on
h1.
g3 that's not so good.
You need to get this bishop on e1 and c3 to trade the dark square bishop and then try to checkmate. But queen c2, this queen goes on this way. I have a feeling that at some point he's going to take the pawn on g6 and bishop h5 and then rook queen f5 is there. But he's playing these rooks on the third rank, so
yeah, very
weirdly.
strange, right? I mean, very strange move, rook f3, I would say. I suppose you know what the idea of it is, Betty?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think this is how he plans to make that move look nicer.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what I think. But rook a1, rook h1 first. So this rook is no longer an a3 out of the game. So you
nice
keep
point.
another rook on the third rank to guard e3. Then bishop e1, bishop c3, and you have already rook on third rank, which can go to h3. That's very nice idea.
Yeah. I mean, at some point, like, okay, so if the rook goes here, what's the point of that? We can just
We can just keep the rook going on a1, h1, I guess. Because with rook e4, are you creating something?
Maybe queen e7, rook e8.
To keep the attack on e3, but there is always this bishop f2 move that you can.
He seems not very interested in that idea. Like, I don't know. So now the question is bishop e1 or rook a1. I like rook a1. I do like your idea. But the issue is there could be some, problems with e3 down the line.
Right. Maybe queen c7 because rook e7 and rook e8 is coming on the board.
Exactly.
And he just stepped his queen aside.
Yep, I think he
b3
might be wanting to play rook e7 next.
Okay, b3 is also just a mysterious move too, because then a1 square is just controlled by black's bishop.
Wow, I'm looking at the game Korobov. Let's just take a quick look at Korobov Caruana, because Korobov is not castled, and I mean, certainly the position of his king on e1 looks very suspicious. And it does look like Caruana has a nice time advantage and a nice advantage on the board. How is he going to take advantage of this though? Like, there's ideas of doubling, but you want to make sure you don't walk into bishop d5. So he might go e4.
Queen g3 has happened.
Sure, nice move. Nice move. And I guess something like rook d2, try to run with your king out of the pin.
He took in d1, and yeah, he does that.
Aronian White check is another crazy looking game.
Can I push e4 here?
Okay, so he just decides, well, isn't White definitely going to play king d1, but he's going to lose a pawn in the end because there's knight c4. After all the trades, there would be knight c4. So he's trying to defend against that. Will he take on h3? Because it is just a free pawn. But then
free pawn. It looks like a free pawn, right?
Yeah, he took it. I mean, it's just a very human kind of pawn to take. King d1.
Trying to get out from all this madness by the king. When the king goes on c2.
Yeah, there's a beautiful move here, Ketty. Knight f5.
Okay.
Using this idea.
Nice.
Yeah, but it was hard to find. I have to admit. Yeah.
Nice
it's
one.
Not so likely that he would find that. So he found another cool move.
Yeah, I wanted to suggest that one.
Yeah, he found that
pin. It's the knight c4 now.
Yeah.
And knight e3 was the move with rook d1, but White finds this knight e4 move. 93 anyway, check.
And black is up
And
2 pawns with a quite nice position. And that was important. Now the king is completely safe on h7, so you don't have to worry about that.
well, the knight can get on f5 d4. He
All
goes on
right,
to
let's go
g4.
back to reports. Reports is that game has
Ooh,
exploded.
It's crazy. It's crazy position.
Ooh, Duda has little time. Duda has little time. Knight e5. First move I think about. I don't know if it's any good. Just what came to my mind. Knight g5. Okay, he took the pawn, attacking the rook. Is this going to be a draw? Maybe because white has compensation for the pawn, and he has the 2 bishops. Yes, he's not losing. He needs to trade the queens, take the pawn. Okay, white's not losing. He needs a little bit of time, but it's very tricky because there's knights on the board. There's always forks.
Yeah, always forks. We have seen already today one
Knight
of
bishop
those.
f3. He should go bishop f3. Oh no, he went here. Bishop d6.
He's going to bishop c8 and tries to get this pawn. Bishop c8 now. Knight e6.
Yeah, so we're going for bishops of opposite color, potentially. King e5 I think is fine. Or
Yeah,
maybe,
black is fine here.
maybe
Black
should
should
go
not
into the
lose.
pin. Okay. Okay, so Duda 6 seconds. But it's not too hard for him to make moves. And now will he'll just take? No, he doesn't take the knight. Okay, be careful there, Duda. There's
Yeah, I don't know if he is any longer better here in this position because knight is
black,
so strong on d6.
black has a nice blockade on d6 and c5. But it feels like Duda is like trying to win, isn't it?
He's always trying to win in all the positions. Like it's also not possible to lose this one unless you drop this one of the bishop. But hold
Yeah.
on, a5 pawn.
Yeah, wait, what?
Knight c5 is there. You
Okay.
can take on b7.
So black just won a pawn, but he's gonna win the b7 pawn. Okay, it's still a draw, right? But Duda
Yeah.
has so little time, like 1 second.
Oh
Yeah.
wow.
Okay, they finally
Richard
have
wars this
with
draw
one.
so much. He tried to trade the knight and the bishop and have this endgame, and Duda was avoiding that all the time. And now we have d6 and a draw. That's the end of this round. We have all the games down, and let's take a look. What was the final results in here?
Yeah, so we had, 3 decisive games in this round. Aronian beat Wojtaszek, Caruana beat Korobov, and Anand back to his winning ways, beating Shevchenko. Look at that. So this is the final position. He was up a knight, and the a pawn would have been stopped by knight b5 check, which is why white resigned here. Then we got Gavrulescu drawing Wesley So. Wow, they played until just kings. Looks like they had a sharp end.
Yeah, Gavrulescu is having really good day today.
Yeah, he was like
points.
almost winning. Wow, it's amazing. Okay, Wesley So managed to make a queen in time with a check. Oh, wow.
Yeah, with a check, that's very important because if it's not a check, then white could start to give some checks with the rook and the queen.
And Aronian seemed to have a nice game against Wojtaszek. It was kind of nicer a little bit earlier when he had like a rook on e6. Like I thought around here, his position was quite promising. And he won a pawn. So he is up 1 right now. Still not easy to win. I mean,
Yeah,
bishops of
so
opposite
bad here
color.
for black.
Yeah, this doesn't seem easy. So I don't know how he pulled this off.
All right, there are some checks now.
He blundered this pawn.
He
might
just
have
gave it.
forgotten. Yeah, he might have forgotten that this is not hanging because the queen
yeah.
still there. He might have thought
There's not
he
even
was-
check here.
Yeah, so that was a bad mistake. Yeah, black was actually fine here. Well, he was certainly was under threat, so he needed to try to run away with his king.
King g5, king f4, and try to checkmate white's king.
Yeah, and then try to checkmate white, right? With queen f3.
Yeah.
So he
King G5,
blundered
King
the
F4 is
pawn,
beautiful.
and then he probably lost on time. Yeah, but he is losing here.
2 extra pawns and low time on the clock, so that
There's a really
is
cool way for white to win. So G5. Now, if the queen takes, it's kind of obvious why you're winning, because queen D8
wins the queen.
wins the queen. Beautiful, like teamwork of the queen and bishop. But if
Right.
king takes, the question is, where is the mate?
There is this check you can give on F5
Yeah, king H4 though, and it's
and F3, then queen G5.
there's also some check here, but that doesn't do much because there's queen G7. There's also like this move. Is it this? I don't know.
F4 here?
Yeah. Oh man, that's so beautiful. That is so beautiful. Look at this double pawn sack, guys. G5
Wow.
and F4. No, man, this is very, very attractive.
Wow.
I
This
mean,
is daily puzzle.
because the
G5
idea
and
is you're
F4.
dragging the bishop in so you can go queen F5 and win. Wait, no, that's not it. Hold on. That's not it, actually. I thought you were going to
Please
win the
win.
bishop, but it's protected by the queen.
No, queen F5 and then king to F3, I guess.
Yeah, no,
You want checkmate.
It is queen
and-
F5, but it's not like at first I was thinking it's because we're winning the bishop, but it's not that simple. It's what we're doing is, well, we are winning the
It's
bishop.
even better, yes. This king
Yeah.
F3 is more fancy looking move.
Yeah, this is so nice on the lights. Whereas we are winning the bishop because they can trade the queens, but we win the bishop in the end with a completely winning end game.
Queen G5, queen F4. I'm trading queens. I'm just capturing the bishop. Beautiful.
Yeah.
I love this game. I love
I
this.
know, right? This is so nice. And what happens if they take with a king? Where's our checkmate?
King, queen C1 wins the queen.
Oh, wins the queen. So look at that geometry.
This happened in the game? G5?
No, well, he lost on time. I think before all of this could happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Nice. Nice one.
Oh, I love that crocodile emoji. Center 7-7. I mean, how do I get one of those? You got crocodiles and like crocodiles. Is that like a turtle with a heart?
Wait, I have a bigger
You
one
have it?
also. Wait, you don't know Lizzie. This is our Lizzie.
Yeah, I don't have anything that cool. How do you get these? And then there's like the oh wow. There's like a
we have
dog.
some crocodiles.
Yeah, that was very cool. I did really like that crocodile. I only have very basic ones. Is there a special way you can get like
you should
more?
start the stream and we will give all the guidelines.
Then I will learn all about the emojis, huh?
Absolutely. You're gonna learn them.
Yeah. No, so this is a very beautiful finish that could have happened, but unfortunately it didn't.
I love this one. G5 and F4, it's brilliant.
ran out
And
of
then
time.
King F3, that's the final.
I know. I mean, this is like one of the prettiest finishes I think that we're gonna see today. This type of idea. I mean, such
Check
a
and
nice
King F3.
teamwork of the white pieces.
Nice. Nice, nice, nice.
King is trapped.
You need a spirit animal and the emojis will happen.
Yeah. My spirit animal, I think it's a cat, I think.
Yeah.
It's like I'm really part of the cat family. I have like different personalities within the cat family.
Nice.
Depending on the situation.
That's very nice. I had a cat, but then we got a dog and cat ran away, so we don't have cat. All right, guys, we'll be here in the chat, but we're going to take a break now, and we will be back just in about 4 minutes and some seconds. So don't go anywhere because we're going to see the rest of the games of the Blitz portion.
Hi everyone, International Master Danny Wrench, Chess.com's Chief Chess Officer, back again for more chess terms and tactics explained. That's the thing that I'm apparently doing now with my time. I believe being a Chief Chess Officer makes me qualified to break down some basic tactics. So here we go with the fork. Right before your eyes, you see a beautiful, beautiful image of a fork going through a knife. But let's talk about the common ways this tactic occurs. Perhaps no fork is more common, or at least the threat of executing this type of fork is often key to making a lot of tactics work. Whether you actually see top players make this blunder or not, the threat of making a fork upon attacking two minor pieces, either in the opening or even as you transition from opening to middle game, is a very common way to win material, whether it actually happens on the board or whether they prevent it. This is one you really want to know and have in your repertoire. The next example of a fork is probably the one we think of most commonly visually when you imagine a fork. It is a knight attacking two major pieces. Whether it's a check fork where you attack a king and rook, whether it's two rooks as you see here, maybe if you're super lucky, it's a king and a queen, a royal fork as they call it. Either way, the knight coming to the square literally shows you the fork in the road, hence the term fork, as it attacks more than one piece in the enemy camp, and black goes on to win material. The next example of a fork is important because while we don't actually call double attacks by pieces that aren't the pawn or knight forks, it is essentially a fork. Here we see the bishop go to the g4 square, attacking two enemy pieces, the king and the rook. This is a double attack or a fork and goes on to win material. Anytime you're putting more than one piece in your enemy opponent's camp under fire, you are forking, placing a double attack on their pieces. After this, we like to see one real game example, so I picked a special one that we're going to show you now. Here's a game chosen between Grandmaster Georg Meyer and Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen. Some people have heard of these guys. The World Chess Champion went on to win with the black pieces in the Grenke Chess Classic in 2017 when he traded queens on e5. The fun part of this combination is that the first fork is not enough. Georg Meyer brings the king to e3 and seemingly regains all of his material. But after knight to d3 check, we see the final and fatal fork, winning the rook on b2. Georg Meyer actually resigned on the spot in this position, as he would obviously go down a ton of material and easily lose the endgame. Hope you enjoyed this video. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. For all of our subscribers tuning into this content, thank you so much for being that. And I'm going to send it back to the broadcast crew now, and I will see you around on chess.com.
Hi guys, the I am not a GM Speed Chess Championship match between Justice Williams and Danny Rensch is tomorrow at 12 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. That is Monday, the 23rd of May. Tune in for all the action right here on chess.com and visit go.chess.com/IMSCC 2022 for more info. This will be exciting, guys. The I am not a GM is a really exciting event that I've been following on chess.com for the last few years.
It surely is, and one of the exciting shows and something that you really like to follow. But here we have another show which is happening over the board, and we can receive these moves in the in chess on chess.com platform. We're waiting for the next game to start right now. As I can see, it is 4 p.m. already here in Poland, and they are going to start the clocks right now.
Yeah, the games have started. So what do we got? We got Anand Aronian. It's a Rai Lopez. Wesley versus Kirill. It is an anti-Sicilian with bishop b5. Caruana Gavrulescu is kind of a strange queen's gambit, a little bit like looks like a Rogozin, but is not exactly a Rogozin. Wojciech Duda is matchup between the two Polish players. It is an English opening. And reports Korobov, it is a kind of an anti-Sicilian. So I'm looking at Anand Aronian and feels a little bit boring for the opening, right? It's that symmetric stuff going on. So what opening looks the most interesting? Well,
I think Richard is winning this contest again of having the most important setup.
Yeah, I know.
From the beginning.
Yeah, but he's winning this contest, always drawing our attention to his games. It feels like the other players just can't catch up to him in that, right?
Yeah, he's stealing the show.
Well, let's just go and let him do it. Let's go and take a look at Report versus Korobov. I think you guys don't mind, right? We do go for the most exciting games. So already from the outset, so what did we have? We actually had a closed Sicilian with bishop b5. Okay, that's not an opening you see very often at the top levels, I would say. Right, so the knight is not yet on f3, so it's not like a Rosalimo, right? It's quite different. And in fact, that's what allows him to play pawn f4 and then develop the knight on f3. Okay.
Yeah, and you already have this pawn on f4, and after castling, you have this plan to start the king side attack. But black is kind of first to just open up.
I think the move knight a4. He was basically saying to black, if you castle, I might be going c4. And you are going to get that pawn stuck there forever.
Yeah, if you play d4, then I'm happy to play b3, bishop a3, and hit this pawn in this way. If you just trade my pawn on c4, I can just capture it back and develop my bishop on e3. So there was good timing from Korobov to push c4 by himself.
Yeah, the top players, they definitely have a sense of strategic danger, and this move is not going to go, unnoticed by them. They're not just going to think like, oh, it's an innocuous knight move. Like, no, they're going to see the problem coming up and they're going to deal with it. So Korobov played c4, trying to basically trade off his doubled pawn. If white takes it, I suppose he can consider many moves. I mean, by the way, including queen a5, he can look at that intermediate move. And then also there's pawn takes e4. So Richard wasn't interested and he played b3. Okay. I think Korobov is getting what he wanted, which is getting rid of his doubled weak pawn. And now he'll probably just take on d3.
Yeah, he took on d3, and at some point he is going to play bishop a6 and deactivate this bishop on the light squares and threaten the pawn to be captured on e4. I think out of the openings, Korobov should be more happy because there's no any problems, no struggle. The king side attack is just a bit slow here. And also you can always trade the queens, and I think he went for queen trade, and now the pawn on f3 and f4, they are just weak.
Yeah, the pawns are not the best. I mean, of course, black has a weak pawn of his own. And I think white in general wants to go bishop e3 and rook ac1, pile up on that pawn. So I would say, yeah, it's kind of a balanced endgame. Each side has their weaknesses. And this interesting opening kind of petered out a bit. Yeah, maybe
Because we have another interesting position. Wesley So and Kirill Savchenko is having very exciting position right now.
So it looks like Kirill got in the break with d5 and is actually just very comfortable because he's going to win back that pawn. How should he do this? I mean, he can actually take this right away because there's some tricky business going on with queen e5, but honestly, I don't know. Is he really going to find stuff like that in a blitz game and calculate all of that, temporarily giving away a piece? Or is he just going to move the queen? I would say moving the queen way more likely. So
yeah, queen e7 has happened. That's more natural.
Right.
Here.
So he moved it there and attacking the bishop.
Yeah, bishop
Bishop
g5 makes
probably
sense,
just
really.
h6, right? He will make the bishop give himself away and eventually win the d5 pawn. So I think Kirill is doing just fine in this game. And I'm trying to see what else we have that is interesting. It's definitely not Anand Aronian. Anand is just kind of killing the play very strategically against Levon. And Caruana is, he's trying against Gavrilescu, but he does not really better against him either. So
I think Wojtaszek and Duda is very promising position.
All right, let's go take a look at that. The two Polish players. So we had an English opening. White lands the knight on d5 and has a space advantage, but black is trading pieces, so it doesn't look too bad, I would say. Looks pretty balanced. It's pretty balanced. Yeah. I don't think black has too many problems here. What do you think?
I don't think there's any issues here for black with this knight on e5. All the pieces look so strong and nice. You can play your rook c7, rook c8 then to try to get this rook on second rank, and bishop h6 at some point to pin the knight. There's this knight g4 move as well, but I'm not sure if I want to trade the knight e5 to knight d3 because this black's knight is way more stronger. But yeah, to be honest, I just like this plan of doubling the rook on the open file and waiting this opponent to make his moves.
You know what's interesting, Ketty? Karsten in the chat told us Anand is leading with 16.5. Second is Aronian with 14. That's a really big lead, and that explains why Anand has played so cautiously against Aronian. He basically, why is he not playing for a win with white? Well, because he doesn't want to take the chance of losing and letting his closest competitor catch up to him, right? So he wants to keep him at bay in their direct encounter.
That's right.
Which does make sense strategically. I mean, he wants to get first place in this tournament. He's definitely showing that he has his eye on that prize and that he's, basically a few games away,
Yeah, a few games away, 4 games including this one today, and then another 9 games for tomorrow. And it makes sense sometimes to just play very solid
Yeah, you know what? I just remembered, Kenny. That's right. The day doesn't end today. I'm like thinking, it's even if he wins today, the day is not over.
Not end yet. He won the Rapid Championship, but it was not the end for him. So he needs some energy. He just needs to keep some energy for all the games and just to divide this energy properly.
Yeah. So we got Caruana making some progress against Gavrilescu because he has a very classical advantage, having done the pawn minority attack, creating the backwards pawn on c6. And now he's got the typical advantage plus a really nice edge on the clock. So I do think that, he will be quite happy here.
Right, I'm afraid we have to go back to the game of Richard Rapport and Anton Korobov, because this is the most exciting game. Even for this round, where White just managed to play
Again, he's so
nicely.
much ahead on the clock. Look at that, like 2 minutes.
2 minutes again.
You know, these are good blitz players. Like Anton Korobov is a really well-known, strong blitz player. So it's like for him to be, well, okay, he's just losing, isn't he? I mean, he's down 2 pawns and totally down on the clock. So it has worked out for Richard the way we thought it might, you know, with the C6 pawn being a problem, and somehow that's how it was. Or maybe it was, surprisingly, it was the kingside pawns that became
Kingside
a
pawns
problem.
were the first who were disappeared from the board. Then the C pawn was out, and yeah, F5 breakthrough, and here we have this situation where also F pawn has some problems. You know what? You can just play H4, H5, just push this pawn up to H6, and here we have a resignation already.
Yeah, we have a resignation and a draw in a non's game.
Yeah.
Wesley,
3 games going
Wesley actually is winning because he just held on to that pawn. I think the most interesting, actually, I want to see how Caruana wins against Gavrilescu, if he wins. I mean, he's better.
Shall we take a look very quickly? Wojtaszek can do that, because I think there was some blunder. And Wojtaszek is struggling.
Wow, a blunder. Huh. Oh, he's like losing a pawn or something.
Yeah. So this knight g4 worked out here, because the queen from b7 hits the pawn on d5 with a check, and now queen takes the pawn first, and now knight on g4. This is extra pawn with queen endgame. Very likely we're going to have only queens on the board, and black has very good chances here to convert this position.
Yeah, I agree. His king is safe. His queen is excellently centralized. G4 pawn. Yeah, he didn't want to lose the G4. Wait. Oh, yeah, he lost that G4 pawn, but he won the A2 pawn.
Queen d4, there's a checkmate on the board. E5 is out there at right time. So queen.
Yeah, the players don't have a lot of time. They really are down to the wire here. And
maybe A5.
I would say White has chances to make a draw. Oh, but A5 is a good move.
A5, yeah, to create a pass pawn here. You cannot take this twice by the queen in the end, because bishop e2 is hanging. So White is trying his best. But how about queen to e4 here? He goes queen f1.
Bishop h6 is a good move here.
F6, yeah. Bishop f6 is
pinning the pawn. Yeah, he did it.
He takes f4 is a strategy. Takes f4 and bishop f4, winning a queen. So queen e4. There's a check.
Take on g3 maybe, or take on f4.
Let's
take an f4. I mean,
he has no time. He has 2 seconds.
Yeah, there's also queen e8. Check.
All right. Yeah.
All right.
Bishop g7. White has some chances here, because Duda has just no time on the clock.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I thought he lost on time.
Pawn takes e5. Okay. Yeah, no, he is winning. He's definitely winning. And he just blundered a bishop. Queen g4.
Oh, but queen g4, queen d4 is He didn't take it?
And now he'll take it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he got himself an extra second.
He got extra 1 second.
So
he spent 1 second to make it.
Oh, and Caruana is now winning against Gavrilescu. He has 2 extra pawns. Yeah, pretty easy. Now Wesley So. Wow. Wait, Wesley So. Oh, it used to be equal, and that game ended. Yeah. So Wesley So wins against Shevchenko, trapping his knight on the side of the board with an extra pawn. Yeah, the games are about to be over.
Yeah, this is one last game, and we already have 3 decisive results and 1 draw. And this is our 4th.
Yeah, Blitz sees, of course, a lot of decisive games. This is not like classical chess.
Right.
The draws are actually, way more the exception than the decisive games. And would like to see the standings. Yeah, all the games are done. So
In the chat we on Twitch we
yeah,
have a comment. I got 5 out of 5 predictions. Right. Well
yeah,
done. Keep
amazing.
it go.
Yeah. That's very good. Now Korobov seems to be not having a good day at all. Anand is having like an average day, right? So he's got 3 points out of 5. And it seems like Aronian just made his first draw. I didn't realize that Aronian has won all of his games so far today. Him and Caruana have been doing great. So the Americans have really bounced back. Like they're the top 3 places. Anand is doing so. Duda, Duda and Wojciech also not doing amazingly. So let's take a look at the standings, the overall standings that we just got.
We can
Okay.
take a look at that maybe later. You know what? Just because we were so focused on the rapid tournament, and we had this Vishy Richard as a leader. Now we have new players coming, like your Aronian and Wesley, and I got a bit of mix in my head. But the tournament is not yet. Tomorrow is another day. But before we go there, Arina, we have something very interesting coming up today.
Yeah, we're gonna reveal the mystery of what is the most searched chess opening. And this the coverage for this event, guys, is brought to you by SEO Crawl, which is bringing to us this question.
Chart bells are on right time. This is so epic.
Yeah. So you did your best to answer, and the correct answer to the question of the day is Queen's Gambit. Thanks, Netflix. The most obvious answer. Yeah. And I was like trying to lead you astray with the bong cloud.
I really want to know who is the second search one, because Queen's Gambit was so obvious one, right?
Yeah. Actually, I would like to know what is the second one. I wonder if we have that information that we could.
And to be honest, Irina, there were some people who were contacting me and asking me if I could teach them Queen's Gambit right after the series. They just wanted to know what's Queen's Gambit. And very likely they were not only searching for the series itself, but also chess openings, and they just wanted to know what is Queen's Gambit.
Yeah, so I mean, Anand still having a comfortable lead in the overall standings, 1.5 points over Wesley So, Richard Report, Levon Aronian. But I mean, 2.5 points, they're still, he's maintained the lead, but other players have been shining more today. He did have that one loss to Gavrilescu and a couple of draws already. He still won 2 games.
That's quite unexpected, right? He won all these games against very strong opponents quite convincingly, all these games, and then he's losing the game to the player who has not won the game here so far in 2 time controls. So that might be a little bit upset for Vishy. I don't know how he just reacted with that, but it can be so devastating for players. Like, how would you feel about this, Irina, if you lose?
Well, I would feel not good about that because, I mean, obviously you don't want to lose to the person who is losing to most of the other players. On the other hand, David Gavrilescu, he's not a bad player at all. And it like in a decent part of it, a decent number of his games, he's getting good position. So is it shocking that he finally wins one? No, it's really, not. Yeah. And he will win against someone else in this tournament again, I'm sure.
And he chose Vishy Anand.
Yeah, he chose Vishy. I mean, so for Vishy, it's not pleasant, because he had has a lot to lose being sitting there in first position.
Yeah. I had very funny story. One tournament that I was playing, I had 5 out of 5, And then on the sixth round, I played against a player who had really low rating, the most lower rating that out of other players, and who had 0 points out of 5. And I lost the game. And then we ended this tournament 9 rounds, and she scored only 1 point. It's me.
Wow. And did you win first place, Kenzie?
No.
No?
I just got shocked. I just got shocked what happened to me. It happened in the USA, and to be honest, I was not ready physically to play 2 rounds every day. We never play 2 rounds here.
Oh wow. You said,
And
you
it's
said
like
it's
double rounds,
you said
double
it
rounds.
happens where?
It was in USA. There was some tournament, some close tournament, some years ago, and I had
Okay.
this funny story that I had 5 out of 5, and I did not win the tournament. Last 4 rounds, I don't remember what happened, but I think I didn't even get top 3.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I got 4th, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Happens.
it is a psychological blow for sure to lose to the person who's in last place, who's like
Mhm.
a lot lower rated. I mean, you're doing great and they're not. And I would say it is definitely a blow for Anand. He has won a game since then, though. He won the very next round, right? So I think he's kind of put that behind him at this point.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think he's
I have continuation. Sorry to disrupt you. I
Go
have
ahead.
continuation of this story. Then I lost the game. I'm really upset. I have to play another game the same day. And after some minutes, some guy approached me, and who was a company person of my opponent, and he was like, "Okay, she says that she won against you, and I don't believe in that." So he came to me to ask me if the result was true. And then I was like, "Oh no, oh no!" And I got even more stressed after that question. So, ah,
Yeah, that's not a good sign if people can't believe the result, right?
No.
Yeah, I agree. So we have the games probably coming on pretty soon. Maybe we can take a look at like anything that we might have missed that was interesting from the previous round. So Aronian Anand was not one of those interesting games. Okay, now the games are actually about to start, right? So we have Aronian Duda, that's a big one. Korobov, Wojtechek, Gavrilescu, Report, Shevchenko, Caruana, and Anand So. So I really, oh, okay. I mean, I have to say Anand So.
That's interesting.
It is
because these
interesting.
two
And I
are in the
wonder,
top of the leaders, right?
yeah, I wonder if Anand is going to be motivated. I mean, he didn't seem like he wanted to play against Aronian with the white pieces, and now he has the white pieces again. And So is someone who's very solid. So, So is going to play his E5. And if, Anand doesn't really want to play, I don't think So is going to push it either. So there's a chance that it might be another quiet game. I hope not. I hope I'm wrong and Anand just needed a break for one game. And
We can easily guess it out of like 2-3 moves from the opening where they are really leading, because there's so many very obvious openings that leads us to the drawish positions. We just need to wait for a bit for the start, which will happen in about 7 minutes.
Well, we got right now, let's take a look at how Wesley So won against Kirill Shevchenko. So he got in this break, Shevchenko, and everything was looking quite smooth for him. But he did not play the move H6. Interesting. And I think he blundered here. Wow. Did he? No, there's apparently some interesting move D6.
Right.
And this is like some tactics. Yeah, tactics against the rook.
Ooh, rook d6 and 95.
Yeah, that's a tactic that wins material.
Okay.
You got this hanging as well. So if they play, oh, and also you can't go there because I'm going to take you. And then there's a fork in the end.
Oh.
So this is a big opportunity. And I guess on D6, Queen D6, it's must be something very similar, similar idea, but now we take on f6 and then we play knight e4.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to see why this is winning.
Can I take by the bishop there?
Yeah, if you take
instead of
the bishop, it's knight e4, yeah.
knight e4, trade, and rook e6? Or knight f4?
Probably knight f4, and
Yeah.
your rook might just be running
Rook
out of
b6 and
squares.
a5.
Yeah, amazing line that this rook can no longer protect the bishop.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if the rook takes, then we go back to our knight d5 tactic. We're winning the exchange.
Right. After rook c1, we have this intermediate knight f6 capture and wins an exchange. And this is completely winning position. There is no any compensation here.
Yep. So he had that opportunity, you know, and he did not take it. Well, I don't blame him because it is a rather tricky tactic, right? In a blitz game, you know, when you just play by instinct, you might not see a move like d6, which is all calculation. So he played queen d2.
Mm-hmm. He was against h6. I think that's why.
Pretty smart. And I mean, black still cannot take this knight because, you know, he's in too many pins here. So, sorry, cannot take the pawn, I mean. So black played queen e5, rook d1. So Wesley was trying to hold on to the pawn, but it appears that black can take it. And now the main line goes like this. Now I understand why Shevchenko didn't go for this, because of course he had to consider that he was going to lose 2 rooks for the queen.
All right.
And, you know, chess players definitely are quite careful about giving away 2 rooks, but the evaluation here is approximately equal. Black is actually totally fine because he's going to get out of the pin with king g7. His bishop will activate, and he's got a bishop versus a knight. So not bad at all for black, but he was afraid of this line. Yeah, of course, it's important to get the pawn back, but he didn't want to give up the 2 rooks. So he played there, and at some point he kind of like, again, he can, black can take. There's no discovery on the queen that is really that scary, but he didn't. And ultimately he just never got the pawn back.
Right.
Now the pawn just got to d6. And of course, at this point, this is not what black wanted. You know, the rook coming down to e7.
Oh yeah, knight comes on b5 also, just to double guard the pawn on d6, and then you can move your bishop away. Bishop h6 can be a threat.
So now white was winning pretty easily. Yeah, white is up a couple of pawns. He still managed to keep the strong pawn on d6. And okay, he did lose that pawn right away because there's a little tactic against this knight. If white takes on d6, black takes, and in the end, okay, white has an extra pawn, but you know, he's hoping for more than just this extra side pawn. So he kept the queens on the board, attacking the knight. Yeah, I mean, he probably
this bishop is just too strong.
Yeah, he probably wishes he had a bit more, but still, he has an extra pawn. Bishop versus knight. And by the way, I should mention this pawn is also on a dark square where the bishop can potentially attack it one day. Yeah.
Some more checks. Oh,
good
some
technique.
More moves and
yeah. Good technique by Wesley, right? So it does matter where black's pawns are located. The fact that they're on dark squares makes them a target for the bishop, and that helps white win even more material. Okay, so we got Brooklyn, New York is here. I guess Smokey Locke is talking about himself, but that also applies to me. Brooklyn, New York is here. But yeah, I mean, it's a little bit too bad for Shevchenko because he had a few opportunities to get the pawn back with really no problems, and he just let Wesley keep it.
Yeah, that's right. I don't know. Probably it's very hard to play so many games at this level because usually when you play Blitz tournaments, one day you have just one game, you have a little bit easier opponent, but now these players are not so easy, and it is truly very hard to focus all of them and to keep the energy and the same strength for all the games. We are about to see the first moves now. As I can see, it's 4:30 and the players are now getting ready to start the clocks. And I think in a second, the arbiter will announce to start the clocks and we're going to have the first moves.
Yeah, I'm still taking a look at how Caruana was winning against Gavrilescu, playing against the isolated pawn, and just a more active position here with the queen and the knight so nicely positioned in the center. Wow, he did a little tactic, a little deflection there, and that's how he actually got his dominating position. Yeah, Gavrilescu missed that, and white won a big pawn. So
Yep.
games
to
are
start
about to
next
start,
game.
and we're going to, is it round
round?
6 of the day, I think?
It is round 6. We have 3 last rounds for today, but not 3 last round for the tournament. And look at this, most of the games are e4 today. Not today, gosh.
Yeah, we
in
got
this
an
round.
English opening in Korobov, Wojtaszek, e4, e5 with Aronian, Duda. Gavrilescu report is an anti-Sicilian with bishop b5. Anand, so kind of resembles the opening that Anand had against Duda, right? I believe it was Duda that he won a nice game against. And Shevchenko Caruana is a, well, for now it's a little bit symmetric.
Yeah, we were wondering what's going to happen in the game of Anand and Wesley So, if they are going to make a draw there and just maybe not make a draw, but to play more solid, or they will play something more exciting. And I think they are on the way to exciting things because, yeah, this was the game against Duda where Anand played g4,
Yes.
h3, g4, queen g3,
Yeah.
queen e1, queen g3, and this kind of moves. So
right, yes, it was.
he tried once, it worked out. He wants to try it second time.
Yeah, I wonder if he'll be playing that again. I mean, it's still it requires some preparation. Okay, Wesley plays b6. Why? Does he want to castle queenside? It's actually possible, isn't it? I mean, black can castle queenside. It's not out of the question, but white will also be able to attack him on the queen side with like a4.
We have another queen castle in the Korobov's game, so they are not tired. They are still playing very aggressive style, all of them. Let's bring the game of Anand and Wesley on the big screen, and we can try to understand how Wesley is playing, what is his approach, because he completely changed this from the play of Duda. Duda went just short castle and different way.
Yeah, I got the game up, Anand versus So. So we just need to, yeah, here it is. So a5 played by Wesley. It's really interesting that Wesley has not castled yet, right? Obviously, he will need to at some point. I mean, is he really thinking about long castle? I would be
After
surprised.
a5, I'm thinking not anymore, because if you long castle, then b4, and you just open up the files by yourself by a5. So
wow.
And he goes h5.
h5. That is an aggressive move, Ketty. Also a weakening move. I don't think Anand's that impressive. He's going g5 now. No, this game is going to be exciting because black is committed to g5. Otherwise, white just plays knight h4 and gets in on those squares. Right. So yeah, he has to play g5. It's not just being aggressive.
It's on the board.
Like, yeah, he must do so. And now I was gonna say, is Anand gonna allow him to play h4? And the answer is no.
H4 with white. What's going on here? H4, g4. Yeah. I think white will be just
Castle
happy to
queen
have this.
Side. I think would be really interesting. Okay, he defended the pawn, which is fine, but he's definitely going queenside castles in this position. And knight h4 is a little tactic. Okay, nice stuff by Anand.
Nice, he went
Yeah,
for
I didn't
it.
like that rook g8 that much. And this is probably why. I mean, castle's queenside would have been an interesting temporary pawn sack.
Yeah, when the knight gets on h5, f5, this is game changer because this knight also just stops the kingside attack for black. And now it's all white's
b4.
choices
He's going to
to
go
play.
b4, there's no doubt.
Exactly, just before start to open up the queenside.
Yep. Okay. I have to say the game is going well for Anand. I think Wesley had an interesting concept there, probably played imprecisely with rook g8, and white is better, but you know what? It's not over. The bishop on b7 does protect the black king.
I don't like that so much. Rook a4, rook a1, rook a3, queen e1, queen a1, and then checkmate on the back rank.
Well, that's nice. Okay. Okay. Well, it's going to take me a few moves, but yeah, I get it. And it's kind of hard for black to organize something that fast, right? That's what you're saying. And the knight on f5 is really, really like an amazing piece.
All the pawns.
Yeah.
Goes queen here. Queen c1, queen a3. He wants to play then queen a7, check. Oh, that's also beautiful. That's also beautiful. He wants to sacrifice the queen on b7 and then checkmate with the rooks on a8 and
that's
a7.
Going to be hard though, Ketty, because there's a knight on d7 that can always block on b8. So it's going to be a bit hard to do. Yeah, I'm not so sure about his move queen e1, queen b1. I don't even understand what exactly he's trying to do. Because I mean, he's not going to go queen a2 and trade the queens. b5 is not.
But you could do it without a queen.
Yeah, b5 is like possible, but not like a game changer.
Maybe queen a2 and he's okay to trade the queens.
So I am shocked. I'm really shocked at how this is going because we thought white was going to be attacking. White has just traded the queens and changed the game completely. Maybe not so bad, but certainly surprising.
There's this open f file that white has having out of control to open it or not. And by this change, Anand also just eliminate the kingside attack. So now it's less dangerous for white as well. And he's just playing safe game, I guess. This is a very pleasant position. It's not double-edged, queens are off the board, and it is only white who has very good initiative here.
Yeah, okay, I like the knight on g4. I mean, it's hard to get rid of such a knight, and the knight on f5 is good, but it's not attacking anything, right? And yeah, I think black can go even bishop c8 at some point. I can see that move happening. Although it seems very balanced, actually. Balanced on the clock as well.
Yeah, after this bishop c8, white will get rook to f1 and try to open this file and control the file. If you take the knight on f5, then e takes f5 and e4. Then I have this passed pawn, which is well guarded by my pawns.
Yeah. I hope you don't mind, Ketty. We're going to go for a second. We're going to take a look at Raport's game against Gavrulescu because I just think it's quite interesting whenever I see a pawn on f6, and that's a sign that white is attacking. White has not even sacrificed anything. They have 7 pawns each. And I mean, I like that Gavrulescu is like trying to put some pressure on Raport.
Is he going to win against Raport? That's
I don't know. I think he'll be. I mean, look at this, Ketty. Raport's time advantage is not as large as it usually is, right? Like normally he has an even bigger one. So that's a sign that that David is doing something right in this position.
Yeah, that's a good point. Actually, he usually has more time, so he had to spend a little bit more time than he usually does. How about rook d1, bishop c1 to get this bishop on the king side? But here David goes to f4 right away. What is his idea? To open up the f file. So
it looks like he just kind of opens up stuff for black's rooks. I mean, I'm sure black is very happy about this. Now the rook e6 move just looks brilliant. Like it was already a good move. Now it looks even better. You're pinning the knight. So yeah, so far not perfect. And there's like knight e5. I would say it's kind of an obvious move by black here.
Which attacks the bishop on d3, so white has to lose some time for move this bishop away, and then yeah, black is getting back into the game. I like even queen b7 move to pin the knight on e4, but he goes d4 right away and opens up his dark square bishop as well if he needs
Okay,
that one.
so pawn takes d5, bishop takes d5. I suppose you will be taking on d5 because why not?
Why not? Yeah.
Yeah, you pretty much have to. You need to be a little bit careful here, Ketty. I was going to say with this relationship of the queens. And that's why he played king h1, right? He doesn't want that knight having any checks.
Yeah,
Which
for
makes
instance, if
sense.
knight's g3 or knight e2, there was knight f3 check right away, winning the queen. So king h1 here makes sense. Also, there will be no checks on the dark squares on the diagonal.
Queen b7. Okay. So unfortunately, you know, the f6 pawn is not super relevant here. White actually wishes there was no pawn there, so his knight would have that square. And yeah, I mean, he's not getting into black's dark squares around the king. This is not really on the within the realm of possibility at the moment.
So white is trying to control the e file now, and black is pushing more pressure on f6 pawn by the queen on the 6th rank. There might be some kind of ideas to sacrifice the bishop on g6, and after f takes g6, then f7. But for that, you need to move the knight away, which is kind of pinned now.
Yeah, the knight is pinned, and black's pieces are really coordinating beautifully with each other, I would say, in this position. So, yeah, I do think Rapport has total control over this position, and perhaps that is a sign for us that we need to move back to Anand's game. Yeah, Anand, let's go there, Wesley. And a lot has happened, and it appears that white is now doing well because he's about to win the h4 pawn, which would put him a pawn ahead. Ooh, that's big progress. Black's pawns got stuck, and now Anand is just winning, isn't he?
What's that? Oh, he had this. Yeah, he's winning. He has very strong f pawn. And now he's collecting more and more.
Hey, look at this knight. This is like the most amazing knight. Look at that octopus.
Look at him.
I mean, that's what it is, right? Like, he literally protects every pawn that white has.
Also G2
Hey,
pawn.
Eddie, how do I get a knight like that? You know, I want to have a friend like that who's going to protect everything I have in my position.
Nice. Maybe this is the moderator knight. This is the moderator knight, not the one you guys mentioned earlier some other day. Wow.
Yeah, no, Anand, and they're close on time. Like, really, it's like similar. But Wesley's in big trouble here. I mean, he doesn't have anything against this pawn, you know, because his rook can't even join to help the knight. The rook is literally doing nothing.
Knight f6. Can I go for rook h6, hit his knight, and then push
Sure,
f6
go
right
for
away?
rook
Rook is
h6.
so misplaced on b4. This rook cannot get into the game. Rook a4, rook a8 is the way to do it, but that's only way to do it.
King of 3, okay, kind of weird.
Very classy.
Oh sure, why not, right? He wants to win the g3 pawn. He's like, that's a free pawn for me. Yeah, I think he will be taking it.
And then he will play king f3 back, g4, g5. These pawns are better when they are together, coming, rolling down to the
nice play by Anand. It's going to be a big win for him. Richard Rapport has already won, and I was thinking we take a look. Well, actually, Aronian game is fairly not interesting. Korobov and Wojciech seem like they're doing some kind of repetition there.
Yeah, Caruana's game is very interesting. You can
Caruana's game.
check it out.
All right, there's Caruana. Advantage again. It feels like we do see a lot of advantages every time we check in with Caruana, which explains why he has like almost a perfect score today.
Right.
So 5 pawns for each side. Why is black better? Well, black's rooks are more active, right? They're both, interestingly, they're both on outposts, and
yeah, Anand won the game. Anand won the game and keep the get even more points for his scores.
Oh, he just takes it. He's not afraid. His king is going to run around here, and he just lost the bishop. So
Oh, look at this one.
Yeah,
There's a
that's
trap, but not working because bishop d4 just
Yeah.
closed the control of the connection between these two rooks, and we might have resignation.
so
here.
I mean, Caruana is on fire today. I mean, we haven't really praised him yet, but you know, he's almost on a perfect score. I believe that after this win, he's only given up half a point. Okay, let's go take a look at Aronian Duda. Can Aronian win? Well, he's actually better, right? I mean, he's definitely on the better side of this position. He's trying to put black into Zugzwang. I mean, Aronian might be keeping pace with Caruana.
Yeah, he's trying to get this king on e7. That's the
Yeah.
ideal. Now he got this b pawn.
Oh,
Extra
black is
on the queen
going.
side.
Black is trying to go for the pawn, but white is going to protect it with
It's
knight
right
d2.
there.
But can he win though? Because his king isn't going anywhere, and black is sitting on this position, and he's going to constantly bother white. Wow, nice idea by Aronian. Sure, very practical. Take away
Wow.
black's last pawn, and I mean, you risk nothing. Now it's easy. Just go b4. You don't even have to think about it. Okay. I
Three
wouldn't really,
pawns.
yeah, I wouldn't want to be black here, but I think he can still.
I think no
hold
one
it.
really wants to have this nine. No one wants. This
Yeah,
is
because
the
it's so
position
easy
in
to
the need.
lose, right? It's so
Yeah.
easy to mess this up.
Okay, e5 now is stopped because you're losing d5 pawn.
Yeah, okay, it does look like
Anyway,
a draw.
pushed. Oh, 94, 96 is
Yeah,
oh,
maybe he's
goes
gonna
this
start
way.
giving checks with his knight, like knight h6 or something. King f7.
Yeah, now knight goes on d5.
Well, you just take an f5. Oh, what? He didn't
King
take an
e7.
he didn't take an f5. Wow, that was just an easy draw in a king and pawn endgame.
Yeah, here's
right.
like 5 seconds. Okay, this is also just it.
Easy draw.
Nice.
All right. Are the games done? Let's see. They are all done. We have 3 decisive games. Caruana winning, Wesley So losing to Anand, and Report beating Gavrilescu. And that means, you know, that Caruana, if I can check the standings, which, oh yeah, let me figure out
Yeah,
how to do
Caruana
that.
is doing amazing today.
Yeah,
He
Caruana
hasn't
is,
lost any game.
yeah, he
We
hasn't
can take
lost.
a look at the leaders board. Sorry to interrupt. You can take a look the overall board.
Okay, so Anand, 18, 2.5 points lead over Richard Report, 3 points lead over Aronian. He increased that a little bit, and 3.5 points over Caruana and Wesley So and Jan Christoph Duda. Well, I mean, it's definitely a comfortable lead, and I think this game against Wesley So was pretty huge, because Wesley So had a chance, like if he could have won this game, to narrow it down to just a 1.5 point difference, and instead it has exploded to something much larger, 3.5 points, right? So he could have had, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. We have now this standings here too as well. So we can see the points in Rapid and Blitz as well. And today the players who got the most are Jan Krzysztof Duda and Fabiano Caruana. They got 4.5 points. And also we have here, oh, that's updated. That was updated. And it's also very important. That's all. Here we are back, and here we have well, we can take now a very short break, and we'll be back, guys, just in a few minutes. So don't even dare to go anywhere else. Stay with us because we definitely need you.
It's time to take your SEO, that's search engine optimization for those who don't speak internet, to the next level with SEO Crawl. Their tools combine robust dashboards with automated tools that are proven to improve your organic results. Chess.com went from 10 million to 18 million organic search results a month in just 2 years after working with David and the team at SEO Crawl. I cannot recommend them enough. They right now have free enterprise accounts just for signing up for a demo session. Use the command SEO Crawl in chat and check them out today.
Chess.com's coverage of the 2022 Candidates Tournament is coming this June. Watch the world's best players, including Alireza Firouzja, Fabiano Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Hikaru Nakamura, and more. The winner will get their chance to face Magnus Carlsen for the World Championship title. The exclusive video feed will be right here on chess.com. This will happen very soon in the next month, but before that, here we have Grand Chess Tour, second tournament in progress out of the 5, and we are having already the Blitz portion. The first day, tomorrow will be the last day of this Blitz tournament, and we're gonna have a winner in the end who will get $40,000 of the money, and also there are a lot of prizes for top 3-5 places, but also the last player will get $7,000. Just to appear here, the guarantees you $7,000 of the prize. Well, we're ready to see the games. They are going to start in about 1 minute. Is there any match which is very important now for the standings?
Yeah, I think so. Well, we got 2, right? So there's So versus Aronian and Caruana versus Anand. And I think we should watch Caruana Anand for sure. I mean, Caruana has been on fire today. I would say Anand, with his win over Wesley So in the last round, has turned his day into a decent day. I mean, he's in a plus score, so, you know, that's just not bad in any case. He had, you know, his little blip and with his losing with the white pieces to the lowest seed, David Gavrilescu. But since then, you know, he's kept it together. And so his day is by no means a disaster. But there are some people who have really been on fire today. And Caruana is one of them. I mean, he has only given up 1 draw today. And, you know, I think, you know, he's in the zone, and he will be trying to put some pressure on Anand in this game.
Yes, we're also, I think our viewers are very much excited for this round, because now we can see this fire hands and the cat, and then they comment Anand versus Fabi. So they have started, and I hope there's not boring opening or drawish opening. Please don't do that to us. We're so much looking forward for this game and some decisive results.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, he did go for a Petrov, Anand, and maybe we can go and find that. I mean, it doesn't mean the game is going to be boring. It's just, you know, how the top players play when they want to equalize. Interestingly, I don't see that game as an option for me to show you guys in my among my choices here. Oh, there it is. Very nice. It has appeared. So we got a, what kind of line of the Petrov is this? This is with Bishop D6. So this is kind of like old, I mean, you know, old main line, Rook E1, Bishop F5, Knights, oh, Queen B3, okay. Knight C3, Knight takes, Bishop takes, Queen takes, Pawn takes. Okay, those guys are still in theory. B6 and C takes D5. All right. I mean, solid line by Anand. Now, Knight D7 is bad for some reason. Okay, well, players are in theory. Yeah, it's very clear. Anand played Queen D7 so fast, like no one would be playing that fast if they didn't know.
Yeah, Anand is very well prepared for this tournament, because basically there was no game where he was just bad at the opening, and that game against Carolescu, he still had a very good chance to had more advantage, but there was just a wrong move order of the moves. But rest of the games, he's just very good at the openings.
Yeah, he used this little trick with queen d7, right? That white cannot capture this pawn because of bishop h2. Okay, not a difficult trick, but still kind of an interesting move. I mean, I was sitting there wondering, like, okay, can I play knight d7? Can I develop my knight from b8, which just looks more natural, but there's probably some issues with it. Like, for example, pawn c4, I would think is one move to look at. Another one is apparently queen c6 is just winning the game.
Ooh.
Crazy to think that white can just make one move like that and is already
Bishop
winning.
is just trapped there, because if you play bishop e4, then trade and knight on d7 is hanging. Bishop e7 is impossible. Bishop e8 just is possible now, but
yeah, bishop e8 looks extremely ugly.
King h1 or something to trap
yeah,
the
yeah.
rook.
I mean, obviously, once the rooks get disconnected, this is bad news. So, of course, you know, black's position required, you know, some precision here. You can't just play a natural developing move like knight d7. And so queen d7 was very important for Anand.
Maybe black here wants to play knight c6, knight a5, and knight c4 to get this knight on c4 square. And from d7 to go on c4 is just long way.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely correct, Ketty. I mean, if you manage to protect your queen and then you go knight a5 to c4, that is definitely what black would love to do, put the knight on the outpost, which is why Caruana advances his backwards pawn. And I think if black takes it, I mean, there's potentially d5 as well, right? It's not just white recapturing, it's also this tricky move d5, which could leave white with an advantage here because this pawn is quite strong.
Right, yeah. So you kick this knight back on b8, which is really ugly square to be. How about a a6 move just to chase the queen? This happened?
So c4, I believe he's still thinking after c4. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, yeah, he's still thinking. There was very interesting situation in the game of Richard Rapport and Kirill Shevchenko. Rapport did his thing, Rapport thing at the beginning, and I think it's something very nice, and we can show to our viewers what he did at the very beginning.
Okay, so he plays this line again. It's not the first time today he's playing this line against the Sicilian.
Right.
So I'm wondering what you're gonna like here. Bishop e2, yeah. So first he goes there, like kind of saying that he wants to take the knight. Then he moves back the bishop.
That's
saying
not the end.
That's not the end. Yeah. Okay, what do we got?
Overtime and 95. Let's go. Come on, take me. I'm free knight there. But if you take this knight here, then black did not take it up, absolutely. But if you take this knight, I was like, what's happening there? Can we show maybe that that move?
Yeah.
95, he takes d5, he takes d5, and now knight is struggling to find a move here. Because if you bring this knight back on b8, look at these black pieces, all of them on the back rank. And here this is a trap, because if you play knight to e7, then d6, knight moves away and rook e1 wins the piece back, and black has just very bad position.
Yeah, this was a super creative idea by Rapport, and I wonder if he just came up with that over the board, because first he repeated, right? So he seemed like he didn't really see this move right away, because this was his first chance to do it, and he didn't. He played bishop e2, and then he went for it, you know, second try, and it looks like he took some time, you know, to get to the position he's currently in. So perhaps this is just his inspiration.
Yeah, but he did not even spend the time here to do this knight to d5, because guess what? He still has 2 minutes advantage on the clock, as he usually has.
Okay, the position has quieted down quite a lot, and so like there's nothing really left from that aggressive play that he started with. At the moment, black is completely fine, very, very solid. And Okay, but it's getting messy. Okay, very messy, right? As the bishop has gotten trapped, black is trying to counter with an attack on the knight on e5. And if black takes the knight, white takes another knight. So black moves away. So it's a crazy position, to be honest.
It is crazy position. If you take the knight on d4, there is knight f1, king f1, and h5. So these two knights, e5 and g4, are well connected now, but can be disconnected by h5 pawn. So maybe white has to find something else here.
Yeah, well, white can give up the knight or he can give up the rook. That's basically the choice. And they're both possible. I mean, like knight f3 seems like a possible move. And by the way, there's also there's also ideas of like knight e2 check, right? Like
if you
knight
take queen
f3.
queen d4, there is knight e2 right away.
Yeah, that's right. You cannot take there because of the fork. But at some point, like black could not only capture on f1, right, which is a possibility, but he can like look at moves like that. And this seems to be leading to a draw, actually, because if black wants, and I mean, black is down a piece, but black can make a repetition.
Right.
If you come out here, this is really dangerous, right, with the queen
G3
coming to g3 and your
bishop
king getting pushed out.
Yeah.
So probably
Right.
a white is going to have to go for king h1. So he has to, let me see, what is the current position on the board? Oh, it's gotten crazy. So he's played rook f2 to cover the e2 square. Knight takes b3. And black is winning back the knight on e5. So the knight goes back. Wow. Knight goes back to f3. Oh, sorry. No, he went, yeah. Oh, rook f2, knight b3. Oh, it's a weird thing going on with my board. Maybe we can refresh it. Yeah, okay, here we are. Rook f2, knight b3. That's the position on the board. There we go. And yeah, black is going to win back this knight with a normal position. Like after pawn takes, there's also, he can throw in knight e4. He can like take another pawn, because there is this issue, like if you try to take the knight, there's some kind of bishop f4, right? So he needs to not fall for that trap. Yeah, that's why actually I took with the pawn and not the queen, because if I took with the queen, you would have had knight e2 here and you could still save your knight with a trade. But he has a big choice, actually. He's thinking about how to capture this knight.
e4 makes sense here, just to take a4 pawn. These knights are not going anywhere, right? The e5 knight can go.
He took with the pawn. You know, it's very interesting, Ketty, because, you know, the computer is saying he should take with the queen, right? But I understand why he took with the pawn. It's exactly because of the line I showed you. He wanted to keep the queen here in order to have bishop f4. So very understandable move, but apparently a mistake. His opponent, though, yeah, his opponent did take on e4. He found that move, attacking the rook. And right now, Shevchenko is actually doing well. So Rapport didn't make the best decision there. And now look at that. They have the same amount of time. He has caught up to his opponent on the clock. Black has rook and 2 pawns for the 2 pieces.
Well, these knights are coming now into the game. Maybe white will get a little bit better position. Knight e3, for instance. Knight h6.
Yeah, he
I
went
would
for that.
be worried that's to trap my knight there, but
Yeah.
king f8 is only move now.
Okay, now it's getting exciting, right? Because there's always going to be like rook f1, knight g5, and there's some real, like the knight is trapped, but on the other hand, unless you trap him, he's also very useful in the attack on the black king.
Yeah, I wonder what is black's plan after rook a4. and bishop
Yeah.
e4. So he's controlling this fourth square with rook to a4 now, and frees
Ooh,
this
he went
space for
knight
the king.
g5,
Ooh.
queen f3,
wow.
f5. Okay,
This is so
is the kind of
crazy. Now it's
position where
winning
knight
for
takes
white.
f5. Yeah, knight takes f5, and the rook on c8 is going to hang. It's actually a pretty easy sacrifice. I do expect him to make it, but he didn't make it. Wow.
There's knight h7 check as well, but he goes for
Yeah, he
bishop
played
e3.
here, which is really surprising. Whoa, that was such a big missed opportunity. That was a really big missed opportunity, and he just like completely lost his initiative. He's just down a couple of pawns. The players don't have any time at all. So
yeah, they're playing on the seconds, and yeah, white is not any better here anymore.
Yeah, he's completely lost his initiative. Now he's defending in the end game. Poor guy. He was like gonna have that beautiful knight takes f5 move. It was such a not a difficult move, but
yeah, not at all, not at all.
Yeah,
and he had some time,
anything can happen. Okay, Caruana Anand. I'm sorry, we're gonna go over there because that is looking crazy.
Wow.
Caruana, where is Black's king? Oh my god, who's lost on time? Caruana has won. Caruana has won, has he?
Oh no.
Because he made, but it says Black made a move, but maybe he lost on time as he made it.
He made knight c3 move.
And yeah, he must have lost on time as he was making the move. So yeah, we missed this key game completely, but it's okay. So yeah, report was just quite fascinating as always.
Wesley So and Levon Aronian ended in a draw. The game was fairly peaceful out of all these games. We have interesting game. Wojtaszek and Gavrilescu in the rook endgame.
Can white win? Oh wait, now he can't win.
He can't. No, not anymore.
This is a draw. This is a dead draw. And Report versus Shevchenko, they are now on move 64. Can Report draw this? I mean, he has chances, right? Definitely has chances.
There's only one pawn extra. So, and this pawn on h3 is sort of trapped.
Doing amazingly. Wow. Look at him. Look at him. So tricky. Just one back a pawn.
But why not bishop e1 there?
Yeah.
Okay, he goes for this now.
Wow, he might even win.
Yeah.
Right, he might win this position. Okay, but unfortunately he can't really save the pawn. That's the problem. He can't save that pawn. Okay, so it's gonna be a draw. But just amazing defense by Report. Yeah, look at him. Played so well under time trouble. Okay.
We have 3 draws today. In this round. This is the only round I can recall that we had draws. One draw was peaceful. Wesley So and Levon Aronian. They did not really try too hard. But the other draws, they fight it. They fight it, including
let's take a look at how Fabiano won such a big matchup, right? Well, we saw the beginning of this. We saw there was a Petrov and lots of theory. They got around here. We actually stopped looking at it after white played c4 and black went into a think. He played rook d8, bishop g5, f6. Okay, I mean, looks pretty normal. I think Anand handled it well. And now Fabi decides to not allow this knight to ever get to the d5 square. So he goes c5. Okay, makes sense. Doesn't look like too bad, right? Like king f7 protecting the knight. Seems like black is fine in this endgame. Can you imagine, Ketty, that this king went
all the way on b5?
How in the world did he do that?
And I'm afraid it was not a shortcut. It went from the very long distance.
I mean, yeah, right now black looks absolutely fine. But apparently something really went wrong.
Yeah, that's right. Let's see what happened. So far, he's just... oh, there we go. There we go. This king starts to move.
So Fabi's, maneuver to a6 does look annoying, right? The knight does seem to be putting a lot of pressure here, and it's like white wants to take the bishop, take the pawn. So it takes knight c5, or he went rook b7. Okay, yeah, strong
Yeah,
intermediate
bishop
move.
is under attack. Now he's taking all this, he's making all these moves by the time pass.
Yeah. So white won a pawn. Doesn't mean he's winning, but he definitely made progress here.
93.
Ah, this is how this all happened.
Ooh, king d5.
Yeah, it got pretty crazy.
King c4. I don't know why
Apparently
he
you
played
can
king c4
take it.
though.
Yeah, you can take the rook and go rook d8. But he played knight d5, allowing that. This, I mean, okay, so white's better. White is better. Ooh, bishop e1. Did that really happen?
Why
Why
not
would
bishop
white,
c7?
why would white actually play such a move? It actually makes no sense. Right?
Or bishop g3?
Yeah, like why would you put your bishop where it's just going to hang to the rook? That it's hard to believe he did that. Was he like, maybe he was out of time and he just didn't know what to do?
Closest move, like what was the
Well,
closest
maybe,
to
yeah,
him?
like king f1 makes sense, but he went there, it says, and then there. So, okay, I don't know if those are the correct moves. But the players are like really low on time. So
Yeah, those 2 pawns, c7, a6, rooks, all white pieces are just
we can
much
forgive them, you know, and it's very hard to play when you got a couple of seconds left. Yeah. So, but okay, I mean, nice game by Fabi. I would also say, you know, Anand, it was fine, but you know, sometimes in Blitz, it's like you play a good game and then you just mess it up in some random way at the end. How did Duda beat Korobov? So this was a Queen's Indian with the called the Petrosian system with a3. All right, this is all theory. Ooh, h4.
H4, this is not. It's something new.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with this move, but of course, these kinds of moves are all the rage these days. These flank moves with the pawns.
Yeah, you can play one of these old openings and just go there with h4, and that's a new opening already, and you can always update.
White looks nice. I mean, bishop is blocked, h5 is on the horizon, hard to castle the king into that move. So white just looks to have had a nice opening here.
He castles, and also the center is just quite stable.
Yeah, he's about to go bishop a3. So now
it was time to castle.
Yeah, black is in danger of never castling, so he castled. Takes. Okay. So, oh, he won a pawn. Oh no, he didn't take the pawn.
I was thinking about knight to b8, knight c6 to get this knight from a better square, because knight on d7 is just out of the play.
He won a pawn. It seems like not so bad. Not so bad for black. Of course, white has compensation, but ooh, this queen went to an interesting place, right? Like instead of going home.
Yeah, I'm afraid this queen got stuck there.
It cannot move at all. Of course, white also cannot go king g2 and rook h1. That's the minus for white. Taking the open file. So white is just offering a trade of rooks. I mean, white's down a pawn. Black could have traded, but black went.
Yeah, but I think then he was just not happy with this queen h3, because white can move the queen away even and on the queen side and get some pawns.
But definitely giving up like the open file and allowing rook c7 looks very dangerous. I mean, I guess he's counting on his own back rank check, right? Like he's counting on that, and you know, then you're not really threatening.
But this bishop is just pinned. Bishop h6 you can play.
Yeah. Exactly. So okay, he played bishop c6, so the knight has to go to like f8. Nice. He wound up losing that pawn, and that was quite an important pawn.
Yeah.
Really interesting
Interesting.
decision to trade the queens.
Yeah, he
You know what
felt
I
like
think
it
it's
was
about?
time.
Yeah, what's interesting is I don't think it's just about the queen trade. I actually think like
There was
yeah.
a pin, like h takes g3, h takes g3, f takes g3, and bishop h6 pin. So he just wanted to get this queen out of the third rank.
Yeah, and also like I mean, you see there's like a mating idea. They cannot even take our pawn because rook h1 is going to win. So suddenly he like catches that king on the side of the board.
Right, and all these black pieces, bishop knight, they are just so passive, getting space from the king, and cannot even move. Knight is stuck there on f8. Oh.
So now what happens? There's no g5.
Rook c7. There might be some dangerous
Yeah, you're gonna
checks.
lose.
Yeah, rook c7, queen h6.
So rook c7 is the big threat here. Just take the rook, I guess. Oh.
Yeah, it's a free rook.
He went for this. Well, this is pretty winning. Yeah. So he has queen versus rook and knight, but definitely
there are pawns on the board. The king is
yeah.
Just weak, so there will be several checks, and white will just get some of the pawns off the board.
Yeah.
d5 now. He didn't even took the e6 pawn. So.
Yep.
Wow, that's
nice game. Nice game, I think, by by Duda. And Gavrilescu made a draw. Long game against Wojtaszek. So he's been playing the Queen's Gambit. Okay. Well, it became a kind of a Queen's Gambit accepted, but definitely a weird one. Okay, black is actually pretty solid. Black is pretty solid here. He's going to castle. He's got the queen side pawn majority. I would say things have not gone badly for David.
Rook is having some issues starting from rook a7, rook b7, rook c7, then when finally on d8.
Then maybe he just wants to take that pawn.
Yeah, so 95 to get this rook on d file. I like here white's positioning more because these pieces are just way more active, and now the pawn has been gone.
So this is where they went to. Okay, they went straight for this end game, and it probably wound up with just 4 against 3. Sure, because black is going to easily achieve the trade of these pawns.
Right.
And interesting.
Got the rook on the 7th rank,
Yeah,
and with other rook he will get on a4 and then a5.
Huh. Okay, but yeah, I mean, this 3 against 2, this looks pretty drawish, I have to say. The presence of 2 pairs of rooks doesn't really change this from like a regular rook endgame with just 1 pawn. Ooh, although actually it does kind of change something because
some checkmating net there.
Yeah,
if the rook is on the back rank.
Yeah, like normally this position wouldn't be dangerous at all, but because rook, did he have to let that happen? I guess he kind of got forced into it. Yeah, all of a sudden white shows white's a difference that there's 2 rooks on the board and not 1. And
well, these 2 rooks are I think just a bit stronger than 1, because you can, for instance, now give some check and attack with another rook, this weakness, like he did now, and win a pawn. So rook g6
like
now?
He's not winning it, but I mean, yeah, like with the 2 rooks on the board.
Can I play rook g6 now? Threaten rook g7 to win a rook, and also g5 pawn.
Right here, yeah?
Yeah.
Maybe I can
And I will just get this rook back on. If you play king d7 to attack my c6 rook, I will just get this.
Maybe I just give
rook
a
on c2.
check, Ketsi. If I give a check,
King
you go to f3. and
f3,
you-
yes.
What if I take on f4? You're not like mating me, are you?
Yeah, I'll try.
You'll
I'll
try,
try. I'm
but
not
I
sure,
think,
but
there's no mate. That's actually the deal. Because if I go here, there, and there,
Mhm.
everywhere you give me a check, I'm gonna be able to get a tempo on your rook.
right. But
I
then
think
rook
I
goes on
survive.
h7, the other side.
Like, yeah, but then you're not threatening mate, right? Or well, I guess you are.
No, rook c7, rook king d8, rook h7.
Yeah, I have only one move, yeah.
Right, now I can take the pawn on f4.
Yeah.
And I can trade one of the rooks when I think that I have winning position in the rook endgame with f1.
Wait. How, like, where? Here?
Mm-hmm.
No, but here you can't trade the rooks. Because my king
No,
is not
it's
cut.
not.
Yeah.
Rook h8.
Well, it's
Yeah,
interesting.
it's long.
It's interesting, but basically, so he played f5, keeping the two pawns. So I think he actually was winning this endgame. It like basically Gavrilescu made a draw at the last minute. So f5, two connected passed pawns, looks really good. Yeah, I mean, okay, I mean, no complaints here. White is
No, this is a very
completely
good
winning.
position, yeah.
Yeah, completely winning. So how
Oh.
did he not win? I mean, okay, rook g6 looks game over. Like he's just gonna
Right.
take the pawn and that's it. That's just done.
Yeah, king
All
f6,
right.
and you have this h5 square for the rook.
Okay, I mean, fine. It's a little trickier like this because you haven't taken the g pawn yet, but you don't have to win the g pawn. You can win anyway.
Oh, king f4 here?
So he didn't even decide to win the pawn.
But
like
because
that.
there is a check king f1,
Yeah, there's
and
a
if you take
rook f1.
yeah, there will be a draw.
Oh, actually, it's not even a draw.
Oh,
It's not a draw because white's king
King e5
goes in
wins.
front of the pawn. Yeah, and
Oh,
you avoid
God.
the black king as you get to the 6th rank. So even that was winning. Okay. So
Wow.
he went f4.
He was so winning.
He was winning. I know, right? Well, David needs some luck too. I mean, so it's okay. G2, king e5. Right. So these positions are winning because the rook just can't find a check. And
The games has just started, as I can see. Maybe
oh
we
yeah,
can-
okay. All right.
We can go in there. This is round 8, so one of the last rounds for today just kicked off.
Okay, so what do we see in the bird's eye view? We got Aronian playing an anti-Sicilian, Gavrulescu playing, I think that was, I actually think I know what that was. That was also knight of 6 Sicilian, kind of an offbeat line. Shevchenko, it looks like a Karo Khan, and Wesley So, Caruana, Petrov, Anand, Maroxy. Oh yeah, we're going to Anand, yes. Now we know what we're doing. Anand is playing a fan favorite.
Anand and
report.
Roper. Okay.
Yeah,
okay,
now we
that's
can
it.
combine, Ketsi, like our
Two
interest in reports games with our interest in the games, the tournament leader.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, so we have a Maroxy bind, but you know, report doesn't just play with knight f6. He like does something a bit unusual by attacking this knight, sending it back, and going to c7. Okay. I mean, it's
normal
interesting. Will he
developing
take?
right?
He took the knight. I was wondering, is he going to
Nice.
give away the bishop for the knight? Because it is the most interesting decision.
Yeah,
And of course, that's what he does.
Yeah, that's so unnatural for those who just started. to study some of the chess openings. Why Black is going this dark square bishop? Like, who gives this bishop? Because usually this bishop is just so strong. But this pawns on c file, they are double. They are just the targets of Black's pieces, and really hard to hold them.
Yeah, I think Anand maybe could have played a little bit safer in going queen d2. He could have tried, I don't know what happens there, but he could have tried to play knight c3 without letting that happen. But okay,
Yeah, I think he
knight
trusts
c3,
that Richard that he will not take it.
yeah, I don't know if he trusts him, because you should, like, playing Richard, you should probably trust him.
Not trust him.
The most you know, surprising move is what you
Yeah.
can count on Richard to do.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's take a look, because this game is developing in a very interesting, unbalanced way, right? So White's pawn structure is obviously a mess, nothing to be proud of. On the other hand, they do have the two bishops, and they do have some sort of advantage in development, some sort of space
Yeah.
advantage.
But there is bishop e6 coming on the way, and c4 pawn will have problems. So bishop withdraws back on e2, and after bishop e6, maybe White wants to play this queen on b3 or queen on d4, as now that square bishop is gone. You will be just fine if you bring this queen on d4. Also targeting
so
b6 pawn.
There's ways for White to kind of like sack and then what?
I think queen
Yeah,
d4
it's
first.
not-
Oh, he
not
goes
so
knight d4.
obvious.
Oh, this
Not
wins
so
a piece.
obvious.
If you take the bishop on e6, then queen takes on e3 with a check. That's intermediate move, and then you will capture knight back with f takes c.
Yeah,
Can
I don't
I
know. This was a critical moment, and the critical thing to do was just to go forward and try to open up the game. And of course, it's not easy. It's like, looks like you're sacking like two pawns, but you're only sacking one because they can't take this one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Queen
bishop
e4,
f3 is on the board.
and knight e4 you can't do because of that pin. So it was a very interesting pawn sack, because of course when you have the bishops you want to open the position, but he didn't go for that, and I don't know what's happening here. Of course, report, he's not going to repeat, right? He's not going to go queen c6 and like allow
Not more than 2 times. He's not repeating third time usually.
Okay.
Can I take the bishop and the pawn on b6?
Yeah,
he's
so
going
this
for that.
happened. Okay, let's see what's going on in the current.
Oh, this is very good. This is very good deal for White, because you get rid of one of the bad pawns. Actually, you trade that for b6 pawn. Now you have pair of bishop, very active rook. Black's king is there somewhere, not even castled. So this is a very good position for White, and can be possible to even get more out of this one. A4, a5 comes on the way, as now rook is under attack.
Yeah, so the bishops are definitely quite good here. White is happy that they got rid of that doubled pawn. Rook is excellent. And white is better. How does Black get some counterplay here?
I was thinking about knight d2, but this destroys the queens, and then rook will move on d1.
Yeah.
And yeah, basically you just double the pawns in the center. Nothing achieved.
Yeah, it's not a bad like doubling of the pawns.
Yeah.
You can try to play e5 later. I mean, he might go for these kinds of ideas, because honestly, it's kind of hard to see what else you can come up with here.
You can also start with h3, h3, g3, just to have this one there, because the pawn on h3 can be, just one can be lost in one now in some positions, but knight d2 here makes sense.
All right. Yeah, So versus Caruana. Let's take a quick look. Oops, I need to go to So versus Caruana. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Okay. Wesley So has given Caruana an open file against his king. So it definitely looks very comfortable for Black. And Caruana, every time we look at his game, remember what I said, Ketty, right? He's always better every time we check in with him. It's a good day for Fabi. and he's better again. And I mean, okay, white has nothing going on against black's king, and black just has a free play against white's
Yeah.
king, right? So it's a dream.
It's only black who's playing in this game. You have such a feeling because everything happens on the queen side. So maybe there is
Yeah.
time for some sacrifices. Not quite there. Just simple move like rook a7, rook or queen a8 then will create enough danger to white.
Yeah, this already seems like I'm already thinking about running away with the king, except I can't, right? I can't go king
Not
c1.
far, not far. This
But I'm
king goes
thinking about it.
nowhere.
And I maybe like this, Ketty.
King.
Maybe king
Okay.
b2, and then like at least you can always go to c3.
Yeah, you can wait for checks. Like when the black starts to give you check, you can just run away this way. It's just so set for So that he can't even start to counterattack on the king side.
He went for king b2, yeah, and yeah, there you go, setting up the defense. Maybe king c1, maybe king c3, and trying to put the king on d2 away from black's rooks. I mean, look, it's not a terrible way to play. I mean, the position's not great. And yeah,
you have to do something.
Black will probably go rook a5 to go c5, because actually he would love to dislodge the queen from its great square on c5.
Right. Yeah, that's a good idea. Rook a5. I think queen e7 is the move to stop that happening, because queen on b7 is pinned. Oh no! He went for rook b4, counterattack the queen, and now maybe queen d4. Oh no, c5. I just fell for c5.
Yeah, so rook b5, I guess, is not a bad option. He would like to trade off a pair of rooks. All right. I mean, I think Wesley's defending well. He's not making it easy for Fabi, but Fabi's
where the
better.
king goes?
C3.
C3 or C1?
C3.
Yes, he went on C3. Wow,
Yeah.
nice. Bishop back on d7. I have bad feeling for this rook. This rook might be trapped or misplaced. Now queen is under attack once again. C5.
Anand might be winning against reports again, but we're gonna stick with this game. I do think this one has a lot of excitement. So I mean, as long as this king stays somewhere like that and the queens are on the board, there's going to be excitement. If the queens come off the board, then it's going to be an immediate draw. Apparently,
or if rooks are off the board as well.
Yeah, queen b8 is apparently a winning move for Fabi. He found it.
Ooh, rook is under attack. Where the rook goes?
Like, queen b4 is coming in.
King e3 maybe?
Ooh, yeah, this is tough, because if you go queen g5, there's just a simple h6.
H6, yeah. I think it's time for king once again to move around.
So he needs to move the rook and let queen b4 happen. Yeah, this is tough. This is like, that means the king is not having any safety, and then there's either rook a1 or queen e4, depending on where he goes. And now he's losing the queen. He's losing the queen after queen e5, and then king f3, bishop takes g4.
Not good. Not good. He found it. He found it. He's in a bad shape.
Oh, Caruana. No, I'm impressed with him today. I mean, honestly, his play is making me happy. He didn't have a great rapid portion, but
not really. He was playing really weirdly the rapid first day, especially so. But now he is in his Caruana shape and doing great. So this game is done, right? Or
yeah, and now we're looking at Anand versus
Reports.
Wow, first time, Ketty, someone has more time than Report. And Anand,
which is a big boss. Yeah, he's just in a great shape. We have to admit when, he's just...
Okay, and he has time to figure this out. He's up 2 pawns, right? But he can't really trade because this is the outside pass pawn that is going to queen for black, so he cannot do the rook trade. He has to figure out how he's making progress here. It is a bit tricky. I wouldn't say that that this is so obvious. Buddy Hess would be proud. Yeah, I think Robert would be happy with Fabi's day today. And
G1.
Oh no. Oh, why did he give up a pawn? Wait, what just happened?
To trick the rook. Because rook
The
d6 was
rook.
controlling the d file, and he
Yeah, and what
tricks
was
now
the
he can
point of that,
activate the
though?
rook.
Yeah, what was the point of that? Because black still has that. Oh man, I
Yeah.
hope Anand doesn't mess this one up because
Oh wow.
he just gave away a pawn for literally for nothing. For nothing. And now he's like on the defensive, right? Like he's just kind of lucky that that report can't really break through here. But
king f2, king e3 additionally.
yeah,
like white
he
can
needs to
bring
bring the
back to-
king back and make a draw. But this is a real disappointment for Anand. He had tons of time. I mean, a good position.
Wow,
Oh,
there was
wow.
rook g1, and then h4 was really mysterious.
Yeah.
Words he wanted to destruct this rook, but it did not just.
Okay, so this is going to be a draw. I mean, too bad for Vishy for sure. The other games are really just quite, yeah. I mean, there's no points looking at Shevchenko, Wojciech because that's just.
Yeah, Gavrilescu also won, as well as Fabi with black pieces.
He won. He beat
just...
Duda.
Sorry, Duda won.
Oh,
Sorry,
Duda won.
Yeah.
Oh,
Duda
yes.
won.
Duda
And
won.
Aronian won. Very nice game. Maybe we can take a look at that when this round is done, because that game
let's
was
take a look.
Impressive. Look at two queens and a lot of extra pieces on the board.
So it was a Sicilian. He's playing all these like offbeat lines against the Sicilian. He's not going for bishop c4, which he's been doing previously. Now he's like trying c3.
Yeah.
And everyone knows this is a famous trap. This is not a hanging pawn because of queen a4 check winning the knight.
Yeah, one of my first games in databases with that. I went for 94 and my opponent dropped my piece. When I was kid, and it's there in the database. When you search my games, you're gonna see one of the first games like that. Not a successful way to start playing chess. The knight on f4 looks very nice. Another knight goes there on the side. It seems like king side attack looks very tempting, but white is just sneaking on f5 square.
Yeah, this pawn is hanging now. It's got a little bit weak. Okay, but still looks fine. I mean, I guess g3 is a question, right? But
can I take by the knight?
If you take it,
okay, with white,
then you know your bishop will hang, your rook will hang, and your king kind of gets opened up. So I mean, this is definitely, of course, a possibility for white, but it's also double-edged, right? So he tries this. Okay. Black won a pawn. But apparently this is okay. He loses it back.
But the b5 is far advanced now. This pawn comes all the way, and if you don't have a checkmate, then this pawn is a queen.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, if you trade the queens, the rook finds the perfect position behind the passed pawn, and the b pawn, there's really not much opposition to it. So black tries to keep it complicated by keeping the queens on the board. Very understandable decision. And probably hoping for some kind of sacrifices, which don't really work.
Yeah.
So Aronian just keeps pushing the pawn up, you know, simple plan.
Yeah, we had this sacrifice and then f4, but 94, nice move. Just ignores the bishop here on e3, not even moving away.
Yeah, rook d1 is very nice. I mean, the thing is that this check doesn't really lead anywhere. You just go to h1 and everything is protected because the bishop covers h3.
Yeah, and by rook d1, white wants to trade the rooks on d8 and then b8 or rook a8. Yeah, and this is too much. There's queen f3 check. King goes on h2, and that's it. There's no more checks.
Yeah, the checks run out and white is up a lot of material, right? And he's threatening this rook.
Yes, so all the games down are done now. 2 draws we had, 3 decisive results, 2 wins for black. Duda and Caruana. Aronian won with white pieces this game, and we have Anand and Rapport draw, and Shevchenko and Wojciech also draw.
Yeah, does anyone want to take a guess at how many points Caruana has out of 8 games today? I'll let the chat guess. I mean, don't look at the standings, guys. Just guess. If you're new to watching, I mean, he has a lot of points, but out of 8 games, how many points do you think he has? I mean, if you've been following along, you probably can add things up based on what I've been updating you on, but it is pretty hard to, yeah, not 4 out of 8, not 9 out of 9, but so no, yeah,
Or
he can't
9
have 9
out of 8
Now,
games.
yeah,
He
you
has
can't have
9.
9 out of 8. That's right. That's not possible. We'll say 6. Yeah. Well, guys, he has 7.5 points out of 8, which is really amazing. I mean, he's not playing beginners here, right? So that means someone is in an excellent shape that day. I mean, to only give up 1 draw for the whole day. He just took down Anand. Anand not having a bad day. I mean, he's tied for 3rd, 4th for the day with
Right.
yeah. And Aronian also having a really good day, 6.5 out of 8. That's a fantastic day. But you know, when someone is winning all their games, you know, they just steal the show.
Better day than you, yeah.
Yeah.
But then, yeah, these 2 players definitely has the best day, Caruana and Aronian. And then we have Anand and Duda with 4.5 points. Also a very nice result. And Wesley is now with 50% after 8 rounds.
And he's really chasing him. Like Caruana is now tied for 2nd in the overall standings, which is the best he's been doing like at any point in this event. This is a really big game that he won against Anand in the penultimate round that we looked at, Ketty.
Right. Yeah, that was very important win indeed. Just 2 points. Okay, it's not just 2 points, because in Blitz we have 1 point per win. If it's Rapid tournament, he could just win 1 more game and he could try to just equalize it. But now 2 points is still lead. 2 points is still lead.
Yeah, so it's 2 points, but I mean, is it doable if he plays like this? Yeah, it is doable. I mean, there's 9 more games left tomorrow and 1 more today, right? So but yeah, I'm happy that this tournament is turning out so competitively, and that, you know, we have people who didn't do so well in the first part and they are making their entry, you know, into those top standings.
Yeah, that's right. I remember him, Fabiano Caruana, also at World Rapid and Blitz Championship. He was doing not so great at the Rapid, and then in the Blitz portion, he was just winning a lot of games. So I think he likes more to play Blitz according to his results and according the statistics what I'm aware of. Maybe Blitz is something that he feels more comfortable in.
Yeah, you know, at the American Cup, we had a Blitz tournament at the end of the event, and he also won it very convincingly together with Levon Aronian. So yeah, I mean, he seems to be quite a good Blitz player.
Yeah, he plays like, okay, I can play Rapid, but I love to play Blitz and let me win all the games. 7.5 out of 8 is incredible. It's incredible.
In this field, it's very hard. You know, looking at the standings, I see, like, you know, what a huge gap there is between places 6 and 7, right? So the first 6 guys, they you know, 15 points and higher, and then already starting from place number 7, like that's a gap of 4.5 points, which is quite huge. And obviously, I mean, I think we already know the first 6 places in this tournament. I doubt that kind of a huge gap can be overcome unless someone just completely collapses.
Yeah, that's right. It's not so easy to catch up when you had one bad day. You just have to have normal day, not a bad day. So when you have a bad day, it's just very, very hard to catch rest of the guys who had a good day before this event at the Rapid tournaments. But still, tomorrow is another day, and in 9 more rounds, and you can try to do as good as Caruana is doing now today.
Yeah, so how about we go on a break for a few minutes, Ketty, and we come back to bring you the final round of the day, round 9. So stay with us, guys, to see, can Caruana go to 8.5 points out of 9 for today? Hey guys, we're back for the coverage of the final round of the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland 2022, second stop of the Grand Chess Tour. We're now in the Blitz portion of the tournament. Today is the first day of the Blitz. And although Vishy Anand maintains his lead over the field in the overall portion, today is definitely Fabiano Caruana's day. He has won nearly all of his games today, just giving up one draw. And we're going to take a look at a very principled game that he's playing against Levon Aronian, who's also had a great day, the second best result of the day. Yeah, sorry, I'm like losing my words as I'm searching for the game. Yeah, it's like I've forgotten to speak English. Okay, here's the game, guys, and it is an English opening by Fabiano, which he also played against Levon at the American Cup. So this is a little bit of a replay, although I'm not sure this is exactly the same line. He goes for not d4, which is the main move here. He goes for knight f3, and this is kind of a different setup that I'm not as familiar with to play without putting the pawn in the center.
He goes the next move. He just delayed that one. I think it just transposes.
Yeah, you want to watch out for all kinds of bishop g5s, because actually there could be a nasty discovery on your bishop on b7.
Right.
So h6,
and the rook in the end will be hanging. Yeah. I do love that kind of traps when I have bishop developed on g2.
Yeah, I would say, this is an interesting opening. It's solid for black as well.
Yeah, once again he goes for this queen d3, and now if black just passes the move, knight g5 is a threat. So with this knight g5, he wants to play queen h7 check, and also bishop on b7 will be hanging. So black has to watch out that knight g5 move and plays knight d7.
Yeah, now knight g5 is not as big of a threat, right? Black can take it. I mean, I would say knight g5 still feels like...
Yeah, you can get light square bishop
like
and
a
then
move,
just dominate
right?
on light squares. Yeah, but the problem for me here might be something like knight g5, bishop g2, queen h8, king goes on the way, and there's not like checkmate right away.
Yeah, you're talking about bishop g2. Yeah, I also realized that they might not take your knight. They might take your bishop, let your queen come in, because it's not actually checkmate, and kind of run away. And here you don't really get anywhere with their king, but your queen is
hanging, knight is hanging, and you already dropped the bishop on g2.
Yeah. So he goes h4 and queen f5. Huh. Offering up an endgame. It's hard to say no to that endgame. I mean, because saying no to that endgame means you got to start retreating your queen and letting their knight into f6. So this is a really interesting decision by Aronian. I like it a lot. And I guess it took him some time to find, because Fabi's up about a minute on the clock.
Right. If you don't want to trade the queens, then you have to play this queen on e3 or e2, because otherwise knight on f3 is hanging. So if you take the queen on f5 and e takes f5, then knight just goes on the way to e4, and you can never get rid of this knight. It's just so annoying knight to be on e4 in the center. Oh, how about d5 then, though? D5 and knight d4. He's going for that.
So A4,
he starts with A4
and bishop E3. Yeah, okay. Fabi doesn't have much, I have to say. I mean, white has a set of doubled pawns. Black has a set of doubled pawns. Both sides are pretty normal pieces, and therefore I think it's fair to say this position is equal for the moment. Let's take a look quickly what is going on in Raport's game against Wesley So. I was, when I was looking at this game, I thought it was a replay of their game from the Rapid, where Wesley So was white and it was some kind of King's Indian. And I was like, oh, Rapport is playing the King's Indian again. Except now I see that, well,
so with white.
It's Rapport is white, Wesley So is black, and it was not a King's Indian, of course. I mean, it would be shocking if Wesley So played a King's Indian against Rapport.
But he kind of tried, I think, because this white's pawn structure looks like he played color reversed King's Indian.
Yeah, I mean, it does. And the closed structure with the black having this pawn over here on d4, that's what made me think it was like a King's Indian origin. Now,
How to
Yeah,
open
black
up
has
the
no,
H file or G file? Yeah, H
black
file.
has knight f4 square, which is kind of a nice square. Queen e2, very strange move. Wow.
That
What in the
called knight
world?
f4 to be played. Just
Seriously? Like inviting the knight in? That was really the move? I mean, he must be feeling tired, honestly, to play that. I mean, no. I mean, I mean, I don't believe in this kind of stuff. I mean, like, what are you gonna do? Like spend 3 moves to like maneuver your knight to trade with them? That was
92
really
can be
weird.
also possible, but I think he's aiming a5 square. Otherwise, I don't really know why he brought that queen. Like knight c4, queen a5. Maybe he wants to just annoy black's pawns there. c5, a7.
Yeah, so that was just quite strange because, okay. Huh.
This is closed. Is he going to close whole board? Because you
Yeah.
couldn't open up the king side anymore.
Maybe black will play h6 and then king h7, just guard that pawn with the king. Okay, he didn't.
Queen a5 now. Bishop c4, pawn takes c4, b pawn takes c4. But you know, this f4 knight just takes control over e2 and g2 square, and this actually is not good for white because rook h1 is just locked there. So white was not ready to trade the knight and the bishop yet and open up the b file. Maybe first he has to play king g1, king h2 to save this king.
Let's take a look back at Caruana Aronian, Ketty. So Caruana changed up the pawn structure. Okay, and then played bishop d4, knight e4, knight e5, bishop d5, and c6. Okay, so black played bishop d6. I don't think he's really threatening to take the knight and the pawn. Although, you know, it can be an idea at some point. And yeah, you know, Caruana, wow, okay. Spicing things up with g4, right? Just because it's an end game doesn't mean it's not going to be exciting. I would say for an end game, this is still pretty exciting and has a lot of pieces on the board.
Yeah, knight and the bishop are just locked there on this diagonal. So you cannot take the pawn as knight now, only for his hanging. How about...
I mean, g6 is sort of possible, but it's an ugly move to play.
It's so ugly. Don't want to play. Yeah, h5 or something like g takes f5.
Rook e8 is a nice move, maybe attacking the knight. I think you'll like that one more. Yeah,
counterattack the knight on e5. That makes more sense. But how about g takes f5 now?
Then bishop takes e5, yeah.
Bishop e5 first.
Yeah, I'd take care.
Oh, no, not here. No. I thought it was white's move.
And he did not play that. I think he did something else. He took the knight first.
All right.
And then he played there. Okay. So I mean, bishop c7 is sort of the obvious move. I would. Well,
yeah, if white takes c7 pawn, then bishop c6.
Yeah.
You also get rid of that pawn.
Okay, well then we go like, you know, c4 or something. I mean, okay, white is not risking anything, right? He has the 2 bishops and the game is opening up.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if this game ends in a draw because these 2 players who we're talking a lot about is they are having their best day, and when usually you just end the day in the same way as you started. So
yeah,
draw makes sense here in this game.
It does, but they're playing, right? So it's not going to be like
it's not. Yeah. It's, we know some draws happens very often.
And so Fabi's thinking, should he go f4? Should he take the pawn on c7? Should he go like c4? C4 is like an interesting option as well. F4, provoking f6. It's hard to figure out, you know, it's very simple when you got like the computer engine showing a few possibilities, but like, no, I can see why he's spending his time here for sure. So he played f4. Yeah, he went for that. Now Aronian's turn to think. Lots of choices. Even possible to take the pawn on g4, give up your knight, and ultimately make the pin, which I think seems like not a
But-
bad way of playing.
But can I take with the rook first? And if you take it back, then bishop e4 and after f6, bishop d5 check?
Interesting cutting. If you take with a rook, can I first go f6?
I was afraid of that.
Right? Like
Could
if
happen
you
right
do
away.
that, maybe I just go
Yeah.
f6 and I don't go for your rook.
That's more accurate way.
Then he took no, so he went for takes to g4 because again, it just looked like very solid. You had to go for a rook endgame. So now what is white thinking about? Well, he actually doesn't have to take anything on e4. Like taking on e4, I mean, it's obviously a possibility. It's going to be this rook endgame where he doesn't really have anything. So he might try something else, but what else is there?
Yeah, he took bishop on e4 and they went to this end game where we're gonna have 4 rooks on the board. White went to rook d1. He wants to play rook d7.
Yeah, okay. Makes sense. Makes sense. I guess quite important to try to eliminate this pawn ultimately. Because
Without
the C6
capturing the bishop
pawn-
on e5?
Yeah, C6 pawn can be dangerous, right? So that makes a lot of sense. Win the pawn. On rook c4, unfortunately, there's, I don't know, rook e5 or even rook e6.
Yeah, how about rook d7 and then rook g4 to go after g7?
Yeah,
pawn?
so he'll take and then play g6, I guess.
Yeah, g6 has to be played.
Yeah, definitely he'll play g6. There's not
And
going to
h5 and g5.
Yeah, he's not going to be going for any crazy stuff like this. There's just no reason for him to do that. So g6 is and the game is petering out. Yeah, I mean, black's rooks are not bad here at all, and neither are white's. So
Yeah,
I
it's
do
just
think-
Aronian has less time, way less time than
yeah.
Caruana.
yes, Caruana has a whole 25 seconds. You know, the luxury of
Whole
25 seconds.
double time on the clock.
So he took the pawn. Okay, right now he's up a pawn. So you know what? Like he actually has something here. But now he wants to go rook b8 and start threatening checkmates.
Right. Can I give a check on d7? And
Then
start to
maybe-
collect some of the pawns on the king side?
Then maybe king e6, king f5.
Mhm.
Activity over there. Oh, come on, Fabi, you got to make a move. He played.
Don't
he
flag
played me.
yourself again. He
Yeah,
flagged
rook
once.
a8.
No,
Let me
he
see.
didn't flag him.
No,
Who
that
was
wasn't
it?
him.
Richard.
Yeah, Richard flagged
Richard,
today.
okay.
Okay, they're playing a lot of moves fast. Okay, but white is still better, right? I mean, white's got
Yeah, have some chances.
white has definitely chances, I think. And I would not want to be a Levon in this position at all. But
It's just
but-
very hard
and
for
how is
whites
this
to
like so like
progress, I
rook
think.
b6? Okay, he went rook d6. The king is just coming near. Oh, the king is coming near. And what if I take king e6? Yeah, I mean, you're probably able to just give up
Yeah.
the pawns. Oh wow,
King
interesting.
d4
He
even,
didn't play
king
king
d4.
c6. Yeah, okay,
That's a draw.
nice.
Yeah, rook a1 is very important move there.
Okay, all right, let's go to Rapport's game quickly. Rapport versus
Oh my
Wesley
god,
So.
so crazy.
Oh man, Rapport losing. He has no time. Wesley So 40 seconds and winning position, extra piece.
And he
All right.
won. He won.
Yep. Wesley So, well, he's a good player, and he's fast as well. So
Yeah, Richard has really, really bad day today. He scored 3.5 out of 9 points. Nine games. So that's not the best day. Like he had better days yesterday and the other day in Rapids.
I think we're going to see some excitement in Duda because it was a completely drawn position, but maybe it's still drawn. Yeah, I guess it still is drawn because f3 is coming. Okay. Yeah, f3 and draw.
King g3.
Yeah, it's an easy draw. So F3 is good. Okay, so then well, he didn't do that.
Oh,
Interesting.
you didn't do that.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! What is he doing?
You might lose this pawn. Rook F5. Rook F5. Oh no, King
F3.
E6.
He's like barely holding on here, barely.
Right.
He's lucky that he's very lucky that Rook takes F4. There was a Rook G2 attack, or maybe there was Rook A3 actually also.
Yeah.
But you know, White is still trying to win. But okay, I think Black should hold it. Nothing is really.
Yeah, it's not.
Nothing's really happening. Yeah, there is one more game going on, and it is. Oh gosh, I don't know which one is more boring. It's an end game of Queen and Pawn versus Queen.
Well, the other one is
a
draw. It is okay. Yeah. They saved us. They made a draw.
Yeah, nice of them.
Kind people.
Yeah. So Rook D5, King G6. So he's still not able to win a pawn. Yeah. Wait. Something is happening, Kenny. He just won the pawn.
Oh no!
He just won the pawn. Oh my gosh. Oh man.
He tried so hard to
now
lose
White
the
is
game.
winning. Yeah, now White is winning. So Duda is getting a half a point out of nothing here. Out of, well, you know, I can't say nothing, but not out of very much.
Yeah, well, there was this F3 so obvious move. I'm still curious why he didn't play.
I mean, the position he had, it was like this. I mean, this is drawn, right? This is not like, it shouldn't be that tough for someone to draw
if
this
he has
position.
like 10 chances, he would just make a draw 10 times, but today was not that day, and he was really struggling on the clock.
Yeah, so Duda seems to know how to win. Yeah, G6, G7, Rook F8 somewhere. Yeah. And
H7?
There's all these stalemates, right? All these stalemates, but here there is no stalemate.
It's a checkmate, G7, or if you leave this back rank, just Rook F8.
Good technique by Duda, I have to say, and very nice. Because often when you're playing against these two side connected pass pawns, there are stalemate ideas, and he didn't, you know, because you can see how the king has no squares, but there's no way for Black to give up the rook. You can't go here, sorry, you can't go to C6 pinning the pawn because of back rank mates, and otherwise this move is coming. So all
right, this is the end of the Blitz first day. Tomorrow we have another day, 9 more rounds, nothing is done yet. We have same leader, but we have new joint leaders here, and we can bring up the leaders board and take a look. A young Christoph Duda joining now the leaders, and he is in fact a half a point ahead of Fabi and Levon. And Richard is out there as well. He also has some chances still to fight for the top places. And yeah, definitely, if not first place, also second place is very tempting price, $30,000. So not so bad. And third place is also a very nice price. So the best 3 gonna get the most of it. And let's take a look at the schedule now. Here we are, May 22. We had this day done. We can just cross that on our calendar. And tomorrow, 23rd, you will be here, I guess, Irina, for the commentary.
Yeah, I'm going to be here tomorrow, guys, with David Pruce. We're going to be commentating on the final day here at the Superbet Rapid and Blitz to see, is Vishy going to come out as the overall victor of the tournament? Or is he going to be caught by someone? I think really anyone in the top 6 places at the moment, up to Wesley So, still has, you know, a theoretical chance. Now, Wesley So is 3 points behind Vishy in the overall standings. It's a lot. But, you know, over 9 rounds of play, if someone is, you know, starts winning all their games, it's definitely doable. I mean, we saw Caruana score 7.5 out of 8, so 8 out of 9 for the day. I think someone who scores 8 out of 9 should be
Another
winning
day.
the tournament, you know?
Yeah, should be, should be. So tomorrow is another day, you guys. I will not be here as I'm traveling to visit the tournament because it's is very close to my place, and I hope you guys gonna enjoy the last day of the Blitz, and we're gonna see the winner of this tournament. Thanks so much, Arina, for these amazing days and the commentary, as well as to our chat and our producer to put this show together. And final words to you.
Yeah, well, thank you guys. Thank you, Ketty. Thank you to our producer, to chess.com, for inviting us to host this event, and to the players who are giving us a great show. And of course, to you guys, our fans who are watching and following the games along with us. We appreciate your company, and we hope to see you again tomorrow.